Good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. My name is Sarah Sadwani and I'll be chairing today's meetings along with my Vice Chair, Antonio Lamons, who we are very excited to welcome back to the Commission with some very exciting news and of a recent nuptials. So our congratulations to Commissioner Lamons and welcome back. We're happy to have you back. Over the course of the next 3 days, we will be reviewing visualizations prepared at the regional level. As you might recall, last week we were reviewing visualizations based on communities of interest testimony and taking a look at that testimony in light of the census data that has been released. Today, our all-star line drawing team, Haystack Q2, has prepared visualizations for us based on the feedback from the Commission last week that begins to put some of those ideas into something closer to districts at the Assembly, Senate, and Congressional level. And so we will be reviewing those today and providing comment. As a reminder, we will not be taking public comment at the opening of this meeting. Instead, on the third day, on Friday afternoon, we will reserve time for public comment at that point in time. Before we get started, Ravi, would you like to take roll?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
I am here.
Commissioner Toledo?
Present.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad? Commissioner Akutagawa? Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons?
Here.
And Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thanks so much, Ravi. Before we get started, I had a couple of announcements that I wanted to share. First of all, many of the commissioners, staff, consultants, our amazing videography team are here in Los Angeles. So I wanted to welcome everyone to Los Angeles, and big thank yous to LA Trade Tech, who's hosting us today, as well as big thank yous to Marcy Kaplan, our Director of Outreach, Alvaro Hernandez, our Executive Director, and our entire staff who has worked around the clock to make these hybrid meetings possible. It's an incredible opportunity for many of us to be able to meet in person after spending the entirety of a year in a virtual space. So I'm really excited to be here with so many of you and still looking forward, hopefully, to an opportunity to meet others in the future. In addition, I wanted to share a little bit of news. Last week, it came with great surprise, but we found out that a member of our legal team, Marian Johnson, would be leaving the commission. So I wanted to extend our greatest thank you on behalf of the entire commission. Marian had worked in support of the 2010 commission and of course served as our interim chief counsel to the CRC. She brought with her a significant amount of expertise on the Voters First Act, as well as the Bagley-Keene rules here in California. She certainly has had a long career in the state and has provided a significant amount of service to independent redistricting here in the state of California. And so on behalf of all of the commissioners, I wanted to wish her and her family well, and I hope that we'll continue to hear from you. In addition, I wanted to just just acknowledge a number of letters and comments that have come in regarding the Voting Rights Act and our analysis around the Voting Rights Act, and just to assure everyone that we have every intention of having as transparent a process as possible. Today, as we did last week, we will be reviewing the VRA analysis that we, the Commission, are receiving in open session, and that will be our process moving forward. I see our VRA counsel, David Becker and Fred Wucher, are here. I don't know if either of you would like to say a few words regarding our approach to the VRA. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly. We absolutely agree with making this process as transparent as possible and as available for public input and understanding as possible. If there is need to maintain confidentiality because there is a possibility of information which may be relevant to potential litigation, we'll raise that as a possibility and attempt to minimize the degree to which any closed session is necessary. That's certainly our intention, and we'll continue to operate that way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Becker. And with that, we're going to be moving into a review of LA County visualizations. Posted online is a schedule of events for over the next 3 days, also identifying which regions we'll be discussing when, along with our break and lunch schedule. Last week, as I mentioned, as we were looking at individual visualizations, this week we're really pushing towards districts and what possible districts might look like. And so here we'll really have the opportunity to be thinking about trade-offs that we might need to make between the communities of interest testimony that we received and the numerous criteria that we will be working to meet. So I see a question from Commissioner Sinai. We'll take your question, Commissioner Sinai, and then after that I'll turn it over to Karen McDonald and the line drawing team. Commissioner Sinai?
Thanks. I just wanted to ask this before I forget that I had this question and it comes up again in my head later. But when it comes to VRA, the districts that were created in 2010, if they were created, those districts were created and the communities may have had the opportunity to vote who they wanted in. And so when you do the analysis that goes back 10 years, they would no longer qualify, right, for the jingles? The jingles test number 3? I might be asking in complete wrong order, but I'm just trying to understand all these different pieces.
So your question is because a portion of the analysis might look at elections going back as long as 10 years?
Right, and they're already in a VRA district. They may no longer qualify for a VRA district. I guess that's the easiest. A VRA district from 2010 may no longer qualify for a VRA district in 2020.
Potentially, I'll let Mr. Becker answer this, but certainly we recognize that communities will shift over time, and so the new census data might bring new light to that. But Mr. Becker, do you want to, I'm not the lawyer here, do you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, sure. So remember, the racially polarized voting analysis is done at the precinct level. Now, so we're assessing at the precinct level whether racially polarized voting exists amongst both the protected minority group and others who might be voting in a potential district. We have the existing elections that are relevant that we need to look at because that's all we have is looking at the past. But just because an existing, in other words, the last 10 years district, minorities were able to elect candidates of their choice under the protections of VRA, that would not prevent the drawing of a future VRA district if we're still seeing racially polarized voting that satisfies both the second jingles precondition, minorities are cohesive for the same candidates, and the third jingles precondition, others are voting cohesively for opposite candidates. So if that's still existing at the precinct level, it's still they could still be protected. But it's also possible that demographic and electoral changes have happened over time, and that one of the preconditions might not be there anymore. Populations might have shifted in a variety of ways. So we're trying to give you highly specific, fact-based inquiries on each individual area on the map. So yes, there might have been a district that was drawn before and that area no longer satisfies all three jingles preconditions. And it's also true there might have been an area that didn't satisfy all three jingles preconditions 10 years ago, but does now. And so we're trying to assess each of those based on the current state of the I hope that makes sense. Okay.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Important questions. And with that, I want to turn it over to Karen McDonald and the line drawing team to get us started and kick us off for our examination of Los Angeles County.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for having us. It's wonderful to be here with you in person. I thought I might start by walking us through a little bit of how we got here, and then maybe talk about what we're going to do today, and then where we would like to land in the next couple of weeks or so. So with that, I'd like to remind you that last week we had 3 days of hearings, meetings, and you gave a lot of directions while we were showing you visualizations. So we looked at visualizations of communities of interest, of a lot of public input, of areas that you had told us you wanted to explore a little bit further. We showed those to you, and then you gave us directions on how to perhaps put some of these things together. So essentially, we were starting to move from the very small picture to a little bit larger picture, and we were moving from talking about perhaps public input or an idea to actually looking at something that was available to see on a map. And with all the direction that we got, and you know it was a lot of direction that we got for each area, we didn't count it, but I think we're talking hundreds of pieces of direction that we got. And of course, some of it was not going into the same direction. So some directions could not be visualized in the same district because they were completely opposite to each other. So what we tried to do is we tried to put district-sized visualizations together for you this time, using all of that direction, working with VRA Council, of course, and getting direction from VRA Council, and then trying to figure out how to fit these things together. So these basically district-sized shapes, how to put them together. And, I've been talking about them as quarter plans. They really are kind of regional plans that we've put together, and I'm only using plan because we're talking about Assembly, Senate, Congress. So that's a new set of terminology also that we're going to start using in this space. And if anybody, of course, has a better idea, then we're open to that. So that is where we're at today. You saw that we sent up some maps for your review and for the public's review. And we're going to go through these over the next 3 days, so today and then tomorrow and day after tomorrow. The expected outcome of this set of meetings is hopefully going to be to move us toward enough direction by you to then take the next couple of weeks and put an entire statewide plan together that we can then start working off of to then arrive at the draft maps by your selected deadline, which I believe is the 10th of November. So today, let me just emphasize something that I think is important in this space, because obviously, as you know, there's a lot of redistricting going on nationwide. And I think it might be helpful for me to emphasize that we're not using the same process that a lot of other commissions and a lot of other states are using. A lot of other commissions in other states are looking at plans from consultants that perhaps are recommended plans that the consultants put together. That's not what we're doing here. We're not recommending anything. And I thought that might be a good thing to just remind everybody of. These are not recommended plans. These are not your recommended plans, our recommended plans, anybody's recommended plans. These are basically options that we tried to put together that we can now explore and that we can move from. And we made our best effort to incorporate all of the direction that we received from you, from VRA Council. And These are not and were never intended to be proposed lines for adoption. There's probably some things in these maps where people are going to look at it and are going to probably have half a heart attack because it's just not quite there yet, and we don't want that to happen. So please, everybody, these are not proposed lines. They're not going to be adopted like this. These are basically our first attempt in this iterative process that we're starting on to get to some good maps. So these are for discussion purposes. We're going to start working off of these. And hopefully the commission will look at these and just say, well, this doesn't work at all, which is really good to know for us. So if there's something that doesn't work at all, please just let us know. That's just not what you want to see. Fantastic. That's a really important piece of information. If there's something where you think, that's almost there, that is also a really good piece of information. So these pieces of information will allow us to, help you to construct something that we can then in a, just very few weeks come back with, and then live line draw, and then work on the edges, make changes in public, and then make exchanges on whatever you wish to do. So at this point today is, and tomorrow and day after tomorrow are big structural days. So these are the days to hopefully figure out what the structure of these regions is going to look like. So which way are the districts flowing? You may see some communities of interest that have spoken out and they really wanted to be perhaps with somebody else, and they may not be reflected in these maps. Very well possible. We can most likely work on those later, as long as we can get just the structure together, and then we can go back in a couple of weeks and we can start from the big picture and then start narrowing things down. So that's why I'm hoping, if that all makes sense and that's okay with you, that we could perhaps implement that process today. So with that little caveat, or big caveat, here's the plan for today, and I'm hoping that all makes sense. So Jamie's going to start with Los Angeles, and of course not doctor, but the fabulous Mr. Becker is here, also to help us with our VRA issues, and also, of course, Mr. Wucher, thank you so much, who actually I think is a doctor. Okay. So Dr. Wucher and Mr. Becker are both here to help us today, and thank you very much for that. Jamie has prepared 2 visualizations for each plan. So when I say plan, again, I mean Assembly, Senate, Congressional, again, not recommended, just needs to have a name, so it's called a plan. And each visualization is going to incorporate many of the directions that you gave last week. It's also incorporating, as I said, input and guidance from VRA Council, and all these plans adhered to the constitutional criteria as much as possible. The plans are not perfectly balanced at this point, so you're going to see some deviations that perhaps don't look good. And definitely for Congress, it just made no sense to balance them at this point because, again, we're at the beginning stage, and going down to just very few people, that's just going to take a while. And that's going to take a lot of hard decision making also, just foreshadowing. Not all the directions could be incorporated in each visualization, which is why there's more than one plan or one version for each plan. And if directions could not be incorporated in one of the assembly plans, then what we try to do is we try to incorporate it in the Senate plans, for example, or in the congressional plans, because as you know, those are larger. So sometimes if you just can't do it in a smaller district, then you may have that potential to do it in a larger district. Each of the mappers is going to walk you through where your directions were incorporated, so basically where they landed. And if they were not specific to a particular plan, if your direction was specific to a particular plan, and if they couldn't incorporate it, then they will let you know. But if it was specific to a particular plan, then it was most likely it ended up in that plan. So again, plan equaling AD, CD, or SD. We did not draw Board of Equalization plans for this round, and happy to talk about that. We had a discussion with the line drawer subcommittee about this topic, and Most likely for Board of Equalization, we can rely on nesting later. So that would be nesting of Senate districts. So, once we have some decent Senate districts that perhaps you can live with for draft maps, then we can engage in a process of nesting those and putting together a BOE and then, figuring out what to do from there. So that will be our visualization to work from later on in a different meeting. So what we're going to do, I think, what Jamie's going to do today, she's going to take just a few minutes to walk you through the general logic of the mapping approach that I just described. And she's going to start in one area of Los Angeles, and so she can kind of show you how direction that was not incorporated in one plan perhaps landed in another one. And Jamie's going to start with her visualizations of the Assembly, and I think then you're moving to Senate, right? Yes, and then she's going to move to Senate. So after she's done with Assembly, so the idea is today she'll move you through both of the versions of the Assembly plans, and then perhaps we'll stop and discuss the Assembly plans. And then once we have direction from you about how to move forward with the Assembly, we can do the same thing for Senate. And then again, discuss and get direction from you and then move on to Congress. We can see how it goes. If today doesn't go that well, of course, we're happy to pivot. We can figure something else out. That is our best recommendation at this point for the process. So I would say let's stick our heads together and see how this all comes together, if that's all right with you. And just one more little reminder, this week's focus is really on the structure of the plans and not on the micro decisions such as like small COIs or balancing populations perfectly. We'll do that later. So please just, as you're looking at everything, just keep the big picture in mind every step of the way. So with that, I did a lot of talking and I'm going to move it over to Jamie. Thank you so much.
Oh, and I'm video off. Okay. Here I am. Thank you, and good afternoon. So just sort of a general framework for Los Angeles County. Many of the visualizations are driven by potential district visualizations that we drew in coordination with the VRA team. For all three sets of the district types, these, districts that were drawn, district-size visualizations drawn in coordination with the VRA team, create sort of a hard line between the Los Angeles and Orange County border between Hawaiian Gardens and La Habra Heights. So that's where that line is coming from. Additionally, you may have noticed that the city of Pomona is not included in any of the visualizations in Los Angeles County. That will be presented with the Southern California visualizations and in visualizations that also in that area were created in collaboration with the VRA team. And additionally, many of these visualizations demonstrate a line also between northern LA County and San Bernardino County. That was based on feedback that and direction that we got from you last time, and also in some levels of districts, potentially, again, districts that, or district-sized visualizations that were drawn in collaboration with the VRA team. I'm going to turn on the layer for, it's called VADA, so that's Visualization Assembly District A, and that's kind of the naming convention that we used for all of the areas of California for all of the visualizations. So V standing for visualization, AD, SD, or CD for Assembly, Senate, or Congressional District, and then A or B. One moment, please.
So the assembly visualizations, they do use two different sets of visualizations created in coordination with the VRA team. So there are some differences in that way. These districts, maybe I'm wondering if it would help if I like highlighted them in yellow or so then we can all kind of know which ones those are and reference them throughout the process. Would that be helpful? I'm seeing some nods. Okay, one moment please while I make that happen. Okay, so those, this one, this one, this one. So, and of course, all of them are drawn in collaboration with the VRA team, and these are areas that we're specifically looking at. Yeah, that's, oh, and this one, almost left this one out. So, just for a point of reference, this is a really big block in Los Angeles County, right? So these areas are kind of driving visualizations for other areas. And then just sort of like a quick review of how this can kind of play out. For example, we got direction to include Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and then also Catalina Island with Long Beach and Signal Hill area. We were able to accomplish that actually in all of the visualizations, and they do include Catalina Island, and if anybody would like to see it, I can zoom out to show, but they do include Catalina Island. And then here there's, just because of the way that the other direction was implemented, here, this Long Beach Harbor area includes, part of Wilmington and San Pedro area. I'm gonna turn this one off and look at visualization B. So in this version, Wilmington is included, and then parts of San Pedro are included in this visualization. And that is, again, sort of driven by the areas that were created in collaboration with the VRA team, and then also based on other direction that was implemented from the commission in terms of the Carson, Compton, West Carson, Gardena area. So I'll switch back and forth one more time, but it's essentially to demonstrate, the way that we were able to implement these directions from the commission is going to have ripple effects throughout, and is going to influence what is possible in terms of configurations for district-sized visualizations, given all the population. So I'll turn this one on one more time. You can take a look here at the just different sort of size and shape of these district-sized visualizations. And then and again, this is version A for the assembly district size visualizations. This is version B. And I'm gonna move to the sort of downtown area. And for example, and this is just going to demonstrate an example of how in some sets of districts we might not have been able to implement all direction for example, population, percent deviation purposes, or just taking all of the all of the criteria into consideration. So if we look here, one moment, let me check my, right. So if we look here, there was request to keep sort of downtown and Little Tokyo, Chinatown area together with Koreatown. And in the assembly versions, that for population purposes and also in consideration of areas drawn in collaboration with the VRA team, that wasn't possible for the assembly district sized visualizations, and here in the congressional sized visualizations, that was possible. So just sort of a demonstration of how all of these different directions were received and will play out, and we will find out more. We can dig in anytime that you would like. And happy to begin sort of with a tour of Assembly District Version A, if you would like.
I think, Jamie, before we get started, there's a couple questions from commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Just be patient with us as we get used to this new way of looking at things and looking at it big picture versus, we've been going for such a long time at looking at the micro, and we're going into big picture. But you keep saying in concert or in consultation with the VRA, and that's actually confusing me more because I don't know what that means, and we don't have our VRA analysis yet, correct? And so I'm still struggling, and it's the same struggle I had before of how can we do all of this if we're not putting down our VRA pieces first? And so if you can just let me understand what it means to say in concert with VRA Council.
Jamie, if you like, I can try to address this point, Commissioner Sinai. So what it basically means is we've been talking with Jamie and Karin and the rest of the team over the weekend and since the last meetings, getting really down into the weeds of the specific data in each area. And we're getting more and more racially polarized voting analysis, as we suggested before. I think we now have completed Dr. Gall has completed all of the Assembly District analysis and is in the process of being close to finishing the State Senate and Congressional District analysis. We have pretty good idea. I think the Jingles 1 analysis is complete. It has been complete for some time. Jingles 2 and 3 is closer than it's ever been. It's almost complete. There's still some preliminary analysis. There are places where it's pretty clear. Jingles 2 and Jingles 3 both have been satisfied along with Jingles 1. And we can tell you that when we get into the specifics. There are places where we're still trying to assess whether or not one or both of Jingles 2 and 3 are met. There are places where it's pretty clear that neither or one or the other is not met. And we'll be able to tell you that. So those are the kinds of things we've been having conversations with to prepare for this set of 3-day meetings to advise you on where we are right now. If we get new data in that contradicts the preliminary analysis that we've looked at so far or changes our analysis, we will let you know as we go. But when we get down into the specific district level, what we'll be able to see is we are now moving from what I've called the liability phase. Does the VRA apply to a particular area because all 3 Jingles preconditions and the totality of the circumstances apply? And then moving into, okay, if it applies to a minority group in this area and that minority group is protected by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, what kind of characteristics should a district have to allow for that minority to elect candidates of choice, which gets into overall population numbers, crossover voting of the non-minority community, et cetera. So all of those considerations will play into where some of these lines are starting to be drawn. We're in the middle of this process, as Karen said, not at the end. But we want to keep you moving with as much information as we have. So nothing here is conclusive. As Karin said, these are not the final lines. We are very much in the middle of the trial and error portion, and we've got more information to share with you specifically than we have in the past, and we'll have even more during the next set of meetings.
Thank you for that, Mr. Becker. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Jamie, could you please go through with the map up? You said there's a couple of areas which are kind of anchoring where we're doing our trial VRA areas, which are the yellow. Could you kind of walk us through that again in terms of, because, the puzzle pieces are shifting and you're kind of putting some of them in. And if you could kind of walk us through, because there's a lot of things which we wanted, which are not showing up. And so can you walk us through, see, this area is kind of, and that area is this, so we can kind of go, because we might want to go, nope, we're going to turn it, from that's at 6 o'clock to that's at 5 o'clock, something like that. Could you kind of walk us through that again, please? Does that make sense? Because you said there were a couple of communities which, great, thank you.
Sure. So these areas highlighted in yellow represent the visualizations that were drawn, I guess, with more specific attention from VRA team.
Right.
As you can see, this is a huge block in LA County. I'm going to zoom out just so that we can really get a sense of, this is a significant area and a significant population, like a significant number of people in LA County.
Right.
And because these are areas that are, and David, please weigh in, because these are areas that are, we're paying particular attention to, then, and the populations within, then there may be some less flexibility here in terms of, which city goes in or out, or as you put it, Commissioner Anderson, this is at 5 o'clock, let's see if we can adjust it to 6 o'clock because they're in a big block together. So for all of these visualizations, any line that's moved is going to impact the next door neighbors,
Right.
the visualization neighbors. So that would be why in areas around San Gabriel Valley, for example, if there's feedback on visualizations like, oh, let's add, adding, XYZ city to visualization A, then that's why that may not have happened, is because of just the considerations for
Right. Yeah, no, I understand that. But in here, you were saying that there are a couple of cities, it's like those were sort of, almost like the anchor cities in this. It was like,
So there,
I understand.
If I can just chime in real quickly. So when we start zooming in on some of these cities and looking at the specific specific visualizations, looking at the specific characteristics, I think what you'll see is there are areas where, for Voting Rights Act compliance reasons, there are natural concentrations of minority groups that do appear to be protected by the Voting Rights Act because Jingles 1 is met. As we know, there are significant concentrations here where they can easily form 50% of a district, whether it be Latinos or in some cases Asians. And then we will advise specifically, I'll go into the details of what we know about Jingles 2 and 3 when we get into the specifics. In most of these places, I have to go back. We're getting to the point where there's so much information here, I actually have to go back to notes rather than just doing this from memory. But when we get into specifics, I'll go into it. Most of these places, my recollection is Jingles 2 and 3 does appear to be present from what we have so far. So where you see intense concentrations of Latinos or Asians in this area in particular, it probably, there will not be as much ability to split those areas because you're going to want to keep those together as a core a district in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act. I don't know if that fully answered your question, Commissioner.
No,
Anderson.
it doesn't. I appreciate all the information, but no, I'm actually asking for a little bit more specific in terms of, I think you mentioned Hawaiian Gardens, right? And so that was, Hawaiian Gardens really doesn't work with, what was the other,
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I did not understand the question and answered a different question completely. So thank you for that. So I mentioned that here on the LA and Orange County border, where the hand is running now,
Right.
because there are all of these visualizations that kind of go right up against the border, they're between Los Angeles and Orange counties. There's sort of I don't want to say like a hard line there, but there is in all of these visualizations. None of the visualizations really cross between LA and Orange County in these areas to be able to create these visualizations that are here
Okay.
in front
No,
of you.
got it.
And that's true of every single every single plan, Assembly District A, Assembly District B, Senate Districts A and B, and Congressional Districts A and B.
Okay. And in the districts we have here, can you tell us, like, are they, kind of the same, different, the minority group that we're predominantly looking at, are they the same next to each other or opposite? In terms of if one district is more like it's Latinos the dominant and the next one is Latino dominant, you can mix and match a bit from those areas. Where if it's Asian Latina, then you could be eliminating the Jingles 1 criteria by switching anything. So could you kind of do that?
I think that David could give more context
Correct.
to it, and also just to add a little bit to that, is that in these areas, there's different concentrations and also different populations, and these were really drawn to the extent possible, keep cities together and work with your directions and work with the public input. And so, yes, I guess, just to answer that part of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as you look at this, one of the things you'll note, and I think having this very high level, macro level before we start zooming in on these districts is really helpful. You can really see how county boundaries and city boundaries are respected to really probably the greatest degree possible here. That might mean deviations are a little bit higher than where you will have to balance all of that out as commissioners, how you want to do it. This is just a visualization to show if we use some of the hard boundaries of the county lines, the city lines in particular, where we are. And you're quite right. Most of these districts, I believe, are Latino majority. There will be opportunities to move lines and still maintain the kind of Voting Rights Act protections that would be there. That's absolutely true. These are just visualizations. Jamie, am I right that is it the East San Gabriel Valley district or the West San Gabriel Valley district? Are those both Asian majority, or or is only one of them?
Just the West San Gabriel Valley.
Just the West San Gabriel Valley, okay. So there's probably a little bit less opportunity to do a lot of that with the Asian populations because there's just not as many Asians as there are as there are Latinos, obviously, in this area. So, but that is, when we start zooming in and you start giving instruction to the line drawers, it's absolutely appropriate while you're balancing out, particularly think about those criteria 4 characteristics, the county lines, the city lines, the political geography, the COIs. Those are the kinds of things that you can absolutely move around and probably still protect the minority populations consistent with the Voting Rights Act. That's absolutely true. These are none of these are set in stone by any means. There's probably a lot of ways to protect the minority populations in these areas while moving lines in a variety of different ways.
Okay, and just quickly, and this is visualization A, is that correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I probably missed this in the beginning, Jamie, because I was trying to flip through my hard copies and then wasn't able to find it. But first of all, was the wrong one posted last night? Because I thought I went up there and it was visualization B was a completely different area. So do we know if it was posted incorrectly on the website last night? I noticed that now it's correct, so, okay. My other question was, I appreciate all the deviations and trying to balance it out, and I am curious as to like how many cities were split up and, are cautious about the deviations of your, +8 versus -8. But what I would also like to see, and this is great, is I'd like to see overall what the deviation is. And if my numbers are correct for A, I'm hoping I got them right, it would be a -20 deviation because there's more negative than positive. And when I say -20, it would be -20 of an assembly district, not overall. So that's something that I'm looking for as well as we move forward, like from area to area, to ensure that there isn't too much under and over where another area may be shorted, or you know what I mean. So thank you very much for that, the information that you provided.
Yeah. Would you like me to comment on that? Perhaps a little bit. Yeah, so thank you for that. And yes, a 20% total deviation is horrible. And obviously, that's not where we're going to land. But as I said, these are, today's big picture day. And we didn't perfectly balance them. And I think sometimes what you're going to see here is that there may be a district or, visualization of a district that has a really high deviation because a city was kept together. And then, note to self is like, okay, if we want to get that down, then there may need to be a split there. So if you decide to move that way, and if the general, I talk about the architecture of a map, if that's the way that the map is flowing, and that's the way that the districts are generally going to be put together, then, we may need some more information from people about this needs to be split, where could we potentially split if we have to get down to an acceptable deviation. So, so they're not.
Karen, can I just, if
please.
I can just add, I totally agree with what Karen just said. This is really a map to kind of show you the criteria for the cities and counties are very heavily abided here. And that's really good. And it's just to give you a visualization of what happens when that occurs, recognizing that equal population, plus and minus 5% on the Senate and Assembly districts, near equal population, as close to 0 as you can on the congressional, and VRA are 1 and 2 and are above these other criteria. So this starts showing you, I think this is a really good indication of the kind of trade-offs and balancing that you're going to have to adopt. Back to Commissioner Anderson's point, if you look at a couple of these districts next to each other, what you can see is, there might be an underpopulated Latino majority district next to an overpopulated Latino majority district, and you probably can easily maintain a more equal population while maintaining Voting Rights Act protections for the Latino populations in those districts, while at the same time you might need to make some choices about splitting cities or things along those lines. Not counties in this case, because it's almost entirely within Los Angeles County. I think these visualizations are really useful to start showing you the balancing that you're going to need to do in later stages.
I'll jump in with just one final question before we start our tour of Los Angeles County, and just asking if you can talk a little bit about the Black community. From what I can tell, it doesn't look as though there was an assembly district identified for the Black community under our VRA obligations. Wondering if you can talk a little bit about the analysis that's been done thus far, if that's correct, and how you came to that conclusion.
So I think there's a couple of challenges there with the Black community, and I think mainly talking about South Los Angeles. One, it's possible but difficult to get to Jingles 1. It's possible though, it just would cross a whole lot of different places. So Jingles 1 is theoretically met. I think the problem there is Jingles 2 with the Black community alone, that there is a lot of crossover. I'm sorry, did I say Jingles 2? I meant Jingles 3. Jingles 3 is hard there because there has been What we're seeing initially, and I'm sorry, I'm just gonna look at my notes real quick to confirm I've got this right. What we're seeing initially is that the we're going to need to, we're looking a little more, but it looks like Jingles 3 might be difficult to demonstrate there, that there is significant crossover for African American candidates of choice. So that might not be a Voting Rights Act protected area, which doesn't mean that various communities of interest don't exist there. And there might also be the possibility of a Voting Rights Act coalitional district there where Latinos and Blacks together can form a majority and are consistently voting cohesively. We're still looking at that. That's a little trickier analysis, so I hope to get a little more information on that. If it appears that Jingles 1 can be met, I'm almost certain that it can between Latinos and Blacks, and that Blacks and Latinos are voting cohesively together for the same candidates, that would satisfy Jingles 2. And then Jingles 3 would be, would other voters, non-Latinos and Blacks, be voting cohesively against the Latino and Black candidates of choice? If we see all of those three things, then it might be that that's an area for a Voting Rights Act coalition district. But even if that doesn't exist, and that might be, that might not be where the data leads us. There might be communities of interest there that can lead to significant community cohesion.
Thank you for that. Karin and Jamie, I think we're ready to go back to you.
Does he want to go through these first?
Mr. Becker, if you're ready to go through the yellow districts, then we could put perhaps a CVAP on there or the previous lines. What would you like to see on the map, please?
So I think start with whatever one you want to, and if you can, keep the deviation and the CVAP up as we zoom in on a particular area, and we can talk about it. But and the existing assembly district lines, which will help me provide some of the racially polarized voting analysis.
Sure. The way, just a heads up to everybody, the way that the map is formatted right now, it's going to change the labels from saying percents to having just decimals, and that's going to be true for all of the different CVAP. And I will do my best just to read all of those out so it's really clear. And one moment while I make that change. One moment, please. One moment, thanks. So for this area, the East SGV, and sorry, I should say that again, the way that this map is set up and the layer itself I'm looking at, I can't pull up the label, can't change the label right now, I apologize. And for this area, East SGV, East San Gabriel Valley, the percent deviation of this area is negative 4.55%. It includes Azusa, part of the city of Glendora, Charter Oaks, Covina, Baldwin Park, West Covina, Valinda, Mayflower Village, South Monrovia Island, and Duarte. The percent deviation is negative 4.55%. The percent Latino citizen voting age population is 56.87%. The Black citizen voting age population is 3.89%. The percent Asian citizen voting age population is 17.58%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.4%, and white CVAP is 20.34%.
Okay. Could we please just take a couple of minutes to figure out how the postings on the website correspond with what we have on the map? Because I would love to walk you through this, and there's a lot of confusion right now. So could we just have maybe 5 minutes?
Yes, absolutely. Shall we break for 5 minutes, actually?
I think that would be great. Thank you.
Christian, can we take a 5-minute break, please? Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. For those out there watching, thanks for your flexibility here. We ended up going to our break a little bit early, which adjusts our schedule slightly for the rest of the day. We'll continue now from 2:30 till 4 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock take a 45-minute lunch break. I'll call out the varying times later on in the day, but I think we'll still be able to go and finish at 8 p.m. So with that, I think during the break, we were joined by Commissioner Akutagawa, who's now with us. I also had the opportunity to learn a little bit more about my fellow commissioners, including Commissioner Yee, who earlier this week finished the Boston Marathon. Commissioner Yee, you want to tell us a little bit about that? Very good. Congratulations to you. So before the break, we were just sorting through all of the documents. We recognize there are a lot of visualizations for us to get through today. There's a little bit of confusion just about the ordering of the pages. So I'm going to turn it back over to Karen McDonald and her team just to lead us through where we should begin for our analysis. Karen?
Yeah, thank you so much, and apologies for requesting this break. I would just like everybody to know that the visualizations that we're going through are posted on wedrawthelinesca.org. And if you go to meetings and then go to today's meeting and then look at handouts, under handouts you will find a whole list of documents, and the one that we are going through now that has the visualizations that Jamie will be discussing are in the set that is labeled LA County Assembly Visualizations A. And after that, we're going to LA County Assembly Visualizations A1, I'm sorry. So LA County Assembly Visualizations A1, starting with LA County Assembly Visualizations A. And I will let you know what page the particular district visualization or district-sized visualization that we're going to be discussing is on in the document, so that hopefully everybody can follow along. And I think we're starting with page 5, please. And that is, it says district, up at the top it says District West SGV.
Thank you. So this visualization includes Arcadia, North El Monte, Rosemead, South San Gabriel, Monterey Park, Alhambra, San Gabriel, East San Gabriel, and San Marino, and Temple City. The percent deviation is negative 3.02%. The Latino citizen voting age population is 31.48%. The percent Black CVAP is 1.25%. Percent Asian CVAP is 53.04%. Indigenous CVAP 0.31%, and the white CVAP is 12.8%.
And I'll just quickly add, and if we could, I don't know if we can get the CVAPs actually displayed on the live maps, that would be helpful. This is a majority. Let me just make sure I have the numbers right. Yeah, this is a majority Asian CVAP district. Jingles 1 is definitely met, and the preliminary analysis we've done, it's still somewhat preliminary because all of the assembly district elections have been reviewed, and we still have a few Senate and congressional districts to review. Dr. Gall is working on those, but we are seeing both the second and third jingles preconditions met. The non-Asian population, particularly the white population, is voting cohesively against the Asian candidate of choice. So this would be an area where we'd advise that the Voting Rights Act protects Asian voters.
Moving on. Is this the one that we it's called in the handout South SGV, I believe. Page 8. The percent deviation of this visualization is 4%. It includes South El Monte, Avocado Heights, La Puente, part of the City of Industry, Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, Rose Hills, Montebello, Pico Rivera, Whittier, South Whittier, East Whittier, La Mirada, and San Dimas Heights. The Latino citizen voting age population of this visualization is 65.98%. The Black citizen voting age population is 1.34%. The Asian citizen voting age population is 13.09%, Indigenous CVAP 0.38%, and white CVAP 18.62%.
And can I get the old assembly district lines up on the map, please?
Could you repeat that, please?
The existing assembly districts for the last 10 years. Can I get those boundaries overlaid? Thank you. Yes, this is another area. As you can see, we've got well over 50% Latino citizen voting age population here. And we are showing, again, I want to, everything is preliminary because we haven't completed all of the elections that we could look at, and they're going to be done shortly. But it does appear that both Jingles 2 and Jingles 3 are likely met. Latinos are very cohesive. And it appears that other voters are voting in ways that are not consistent with the Latino voters' candidates of choice. So again, we would advise this is an area where the Voting Rights Act protects Latino voters.
I'll jump in and just ask a question on this area. Of course, we're seeing that the Latino CVAP is over 65%. Is there a concern here? And of course, we're also noticing that we've taken a strict approach to not crossing, from what I can tell, not crossing county boundaries. Is there a sense that our assessment or analysis here might change if we were to start crossing boundaries? I'm concerned just about potentially packing the Latino district in this area if we start thinking about crossover between Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, other areas, La Habra Heights potentially, how that might change the outcomes of this district.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So as you can see, this is a slightly overpopulated district. If I'm reading this correctly, I think it's about 4% over the ideal population, which is still within the realm of equal population, but it's on the higher end. So, and I think it's very hard to pinpoint exactly at what percentage Latinos would need to be at in order to continue to have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice here under Voting Rights Act protections. But I think it's fair to say that 66% is above whatever they would need to have. So this is an area where you could balance out the various criteria, shift some Latino population into another area, and still maintain Latino voters' ability to elect candidates of their choice. I don't want to say exactly how many it would take, but this is on the high end. You have there's some flexibility here that you have as you give instructions to reduce the Latino population in this district a little bit and still maintain Latino voters' ability to elect candidates of choice in that district.
Very good. And I think this is a question for the line drawers, but are you looking for that kind of instruction at this point in time, or do you want to wait until we get further into this process?
I think it might be good just to go through both of the plans and then. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next visualization. This is VADA Southeast 5 corridor. It's page 9. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 4.95%. This includes East Los Angeles, Vernon, Commerce, Downey, Norwalk, and this is Bellflower.
The Latino CVAP for this visualization is 71.77%. Black CVAP is 5.57%. Asian CVAP is 8.40%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.30%. And white CVAP is 13.15%.
Can I get the assembly districts overlaid again? The existing ones? Okay. Just confirming. This is an area we're still getting some information. There is some evidence in some of the areas of significant white crossover, but less in other areas. So we're not entirely sure and can't give a definitive advice on whether Jingles 3 is met. We're still evaluating that. Regardless, this is a very high percentage of Latinos. And given that it's in the middle of this section, it would be difficult to get it down to below 50% in all likelihood. This is one of those areas I'd probably just say whether we conclusively find Jingles 3 to be met or not, and whether the Voting Rights Act strictly applies or not, it's very likely this area is going to comprise a majority Latino district, and we do see strong Latino. Jingles 2 is definitely met. There is strong Latino cohesion around Latino candidates of choice.
Excuse me. So for the next visualization, it's on page 11. It includes Walnut Park, Southgate, part of the city of Linwood, Paramount, this northern area here in city of Long Beach, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Cerritos, and Artesia. The percent deviation of this visualization is negative 2.65%.
The percent Latino CVAP is 54.32%. Percent Black CVAP is 11.32%. Percent Asian CVAP is 16.13%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.40%. And percent White CVAP is 16.32%.
Okay. This is an area where we do think, based on the assembly districts we've analyzed, that both the second and third Jingles preconditions are met. They're clearly the first is already met. So likely Voting Rights Act protections apply to Latino population here. This is probably in the area that we're gonna want to do some further analysis as to whether, if I'm reading this right, it's about 54.3%. Is that right? Latino CVAP.
That's correct.
Okay. That's probably right around. We'll look more at some of the data to see if this were to be adopted in this construct, or if that percentage was about where we end up, or where you instruct the line drawers to end up. whether or not that's sufficient to elect candidates of choice, we'll have to take a closer look at some of the crossover voting and see what we find and turnout differentials. Probably not far off is my early advice based on what we're seeing, but that's that might be an area, particularly since you're adjacent. This district, this Southgate district, is adjacent to the SE5 corridor district above it, which has a very high Latino population. There might be some ability to adjust populations to ensure that where Voting Rights Act protections apply, as it does appear to here, that the Latinos have adequate ability to elect their candidates of choice.
Looks like we have a question from Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can see the current boundaries for this area, the current assembly boundaries, and then also were there previously VRA protections in this area for the Latino population, or is this new? Or would there potentially? I don't want to say whether there are.
Someone else might know the answer to that because I wasn't involved the last time around, but given the population concentrations, which are significant here, the Latino population concentrations, and that isn't significantly different from what it was 10 years ago, and the voting patterns we're seeing, I'd be somewhat surprised if the Voting Rights Act didn't apply to this area 10 years ago. And there might be someone who was involved in it who has a better memory.
63 was denominated VRA district last time around.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And I think if we recall back to our community education period, I believe Rosalind Gold had presented a number of Latino VRA districts from the coming out of the 2010 redistricting in a presentation that she had done for the commission as well. Commissioner Sinai?
This is more out of curiosity because I've noticed it now on both maps, but when you're looking at Lakewood at the bottom left corner, why does it have that little circle at the bottom on the left side? No, keep going. There.
That is
it water?
Part of the city limits. I'm going to zoom to this area. This is just the boundary
So
between
it almost
the cities.
touches, but it doesn't touch. Okay.
It does connect. It does touch, but it's very it's itty bitty, and this is just the city boundary between the cities of Lakewood and Long Beach.
Yeah, and I'll just note that's the Long Beach airport there, so it might be that that's what causes that to some degree, the lengths of the runways, et cetera, but I'm just speculating based on what I'm seeing on the map.
Thanks. Sorry for that distraction.
Not a distraction at all. Good question. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Becker. I'm just looking at this particular visualization and, thinking to the other one. I hear it's a question that I put to myself to ask. I am kind of curious, though, if you remove let's say a portion of this district that's being proposed, like Cerritos and Artesia, they're very different from the rest of the cities that are being proposed for this district. Does that, I don't know, I guess, does that affect how you look at this particular district or this proposed district as a VRA district, given some of the other numbers that we're seeing? I'm just kind of curious as to what we should be thinking about in terms of looking at the proposed changes that we might suggest, because for me, I look at this and the needs of, if you think about, like some of the preconditions around jingles, and being able to elect a candidate of their choice, I could tell you that they're going to have very different candidates of choice or preference in this district as it is drawn right now. So I am just trying to understand how do we also navigate this, given the analysis that you're doing.
Yeah, so what the data is suggesting is that in this area, you have a lot of flexibility to decide to weigh other factors while maintaining Latino majorities here so that Latinos can have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Because what we're largely seeing is that the non-Latino voters in this area tend to consider, throughout most of this district, I think it's fair to say, tend to consistently display Jingles 3 conditions. In other words, they tend to vote in ways cohesively against Latino candidates of choice. So where you'd have to be really careful and where flexibility might be somewhat limited is where the non-minority populations are, depending upon where you are in the district, are voting differently. So there might be some places where Jingles 3 doesn't exist or where crossover is so large. And if you replaced it with different non-minority populations, the percentage that you would need to continue the opportunity to elect for the minority population would change because the non-minority populations have different voting behavior. I think down here what we're seeing is there's fairly consistent voting behavior by the non-minority population. So I think you have some flexibility to move things around. And of course, some of the other things you're going to want to consider is this goes right up against the Orange County line. How much you're going to honor, or honor is not the right word. How much weight you're going to apply to that in the overall balancing of the various criteria is really important. You've got a highly concentrated Latino area just to the north of this as well, and so there might be both some flexibility and some considerations there about how you do that. Now we're getting into the harder balancing interests, and what we'll be able to advise you on is if you start once we get out from visualizations to something that looks more like draft districts, are those districts at a level where the protected minorities, and as I say, we're pretty sure that we're advising that this is a protected Latino minority here, are the percentages sufficient to enable them to continue to have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice, while also not being so great that they're being packed in so it diminishes their opportunity in other adjacent areas. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I guess I'm going to do a yes but here, and I guess I just want to ask you, what if you have multiple protected minorities that don't necessarily vote cohesively?
So first we look at the Jingles 1. So is there one predominant one that isn't sufficient to form a majority? What we're seeing in this area is, this is a really good illustration. This is basically where that question is most relevant, this particular area of California. And you can see the illustrations have both Latino majority districts and Asian majority districts even adjacent to each other. I think it's the West San Gabriel Valley district, Jamie, correct, a little bit north, that's the Asian majority, if I'm not mistaken. If they're all living in close proximity and they can satisfy Jingles 1, we do our best, or advise to do your best, to create districts where each minority can continue to elect candidates of their choice, particularly where they're not voting cohesively with each other. I think this is the exact opposite of the kind of coalition district issue we were discussing in South LA, where it doesn't appear that blacks are easily drawn into a majority black district by themselves, but there does appear to be sufficient, particularly Latino crossover, where a coalition district might be possible there. I think this is a great illustration of how you navigate the multiple minority groups in close proximity challenge.
That's great. Was that sufficient for you, Commissioner? Okay, great.
And can I just add one quick thing?
Please.
Also? When we get to the Bay Area and the Asian populations there as well, that one of the issues with Voting Rights Act, just as a kind of a tease for later in the week, is we just see a lot of crossover from non-Asian communities for those Asian candidates in the Bay Area. So it's unlikely they're going to satisfy all three Jingles preconditions in a place like that, whereas in the West San Gabriel Valley, we're definitely seeing the Jingles preconditions met.
Great, thank you. And my guess is we'll continue to think about this area when we move into Orange County as well, and also be thinking about some of these areas that might be able to cross over and form districts in North OC. Jamie?
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, just to also specifically about Artesia and Cerritos. and this visualization. For the other set of assembly district size visualizations that we'll look at today, Cerritos and Artesia are in a visualization with Downey, Norwalk, et cetera. So there's definitely some room, wiggle room, I guess, in these areas. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Jamie, I think we can continue on.
Sure, thank you. Next, I'm just going to move on to this visualization, which is called VADA_Central LA. This is on page 10. And this visualization includes Maywood, Bell, Huntington Park, Florence Firestone, West Athens, Westmont, Empowerment Congress Southwest, Empowerment Congress Central, other areas or other neighborhoods in this area, and the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 4.48%.
The percent Latino CVAP is 62.62%. Percent Black CVAP is 33.39%. Percent Asian CVAP is 0.85%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.11%. And percent White CVAP is 2.39%.
And I'll just say this is an area, I mean, you can see this is a strongly majority Latino district. Whether this is an area that requires a Voting Rights Act district to be drawn, we're still getting some additional data, and the Assembly district analysis is somewhat inconclusive on Jingles 3 on crossover voting. So we're looking at some additional Senate and congressional elections and statewide to see what we can find there. Regardless of the percentage, this is similar to the SE5 corridor district in the sense that the percentages are so high and the concentrations are so high that whether or not the Voting Rights Act requires a district to be drawn, likely other factors are going to lead to a majority Latino district here regardless.
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a hand raised? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at the CVAP for the blacks for this district, the district above, and the district below, and it's actually pretty high. So I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of having a black district instead of it being so heavily Latino.
What I'd suggest, I don't know the answer to that right now. I don't know if the populations are in close enough proximity to do that. My understanding, and Jamie and Karen, you might want to chime in here, it's not impossible to draw such a district. I can tell you the evidence of Jingles 3 being in existence with regard to the black voters' choices is not particularly strong based on what we're seeing right now. So that might result in advice that the Voting Rights Act doesn't require a black majority district to be drawn here. It may also be the case, what we had seen in this area is significant Latino crossover for similar candidates that blacks were supporting. Which again, it's as we're trying to draw districts that give everyone the kind of representation they want. I just want to point out it's actually a really good thing. It shows kind of an evolution that's happened in this area that's very positive. But keep that in mind as you're looking at the lines and the potential future visualizations and draft districts that you might want to draw there.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, with that in mind, as you look through the data, were you able to identify an area where there might be a coalition district with African Americans and potentially other groups, whether it's Latino or Asian, in this area?
Yeah, the short answer is we can't conclusively say it's there yet. We're not quite there, but this is probably the area that most looks like a potential coalition district in California, where the preliminary analysis does seem to indicate Blacks and Latinos are voting cohesively together generally, and in this area, and so there might be the prospect of that. We're going to give you some future advice on that as we look a little closer at some of that information. But we see we are seeing pretty significant Latino crossover for Black candidates of choice, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe. Someone might be able to remind me here. I think Assembly District 64 is represented by an African American. Am I right about that? So anyway, so again, it's a great point that you're raising, and we're going to continue to look closely at this and give you some further advice on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez.
Sorry, pass. I'm not ready yet to.
No problem. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to follow up on what Commissioner Toledo was asking about, and I guess I had written a note to myself around this in splitting off Maywood, Bell, and Cudahy, and perhaps creating more of what I would see as a 710 corridor district, because those cities plus some of the other cities, I think on the map that we just saw, and then some to the little bit to the north that was called the SC5 corridor, they all share a similar kind of characteristic in that they're all very industrial. They all deal with a lot of the issues around just pollution related to the big trucks and a lot of the big warehouses in those areas. And so my thought was that if you were to move Maywood, Bell, and Cudahy out of this area, and then perhaps pick up some of the other regions of Los Angeles that could also include places like Watts and the Empowerment Congress, or perhaps even dipping a little bit more further west, it may be possible to create one that could be a coalition district, but is still, perhaps a Black VRA district. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, that would be something that I would be curious if you see that in the analysis that you're seeing, because I think from a, just looking at some of the kind of patterns in the city of LA, and also thinking about some of the COI input testimony that we were hearing from, particularly from the Black African American community. I know that they're very concerned about ensuring that the core of their community be kept together, and I think what we're doing is we've kind of removed some of those cores, and so I'd like us to at least just look at what that would look like, and I think there are ways to build that would also not disenfranchise Latino communities that surround them as well too. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And just as a reminder, at this stage, we're getting the broad overview of these areas. We're actually going to go back through district by district in due course. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to piggyback on what Commissioner Kutagawa was leaning towards. There's some similarities, communities of interest between Commerce, Vernon, Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, that share. And then we combine that with the potential to go south with the Black community. I think it might get some of our interest. So again, as an iteration, but just food for thought, I think that is something that should be considered. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And I think just as a reminder, we do have Kimberly from our staff, I think, taking some of these notes, although we're trying to keep it at high level right now, and then we'll dig further deeper into it. But I know, of course, as we're going through, this is sparking a lot of interest and curiosity for commissioners. Commissioner Vasquez, did you want to go again?
Yeah, the Commissioner Kutagawa and Taylor beat me to my points. I really was. It's very striking for me to break up Bell Gardens in particular away from Maywood, Bell, and Cudahy in particular. So I'm glad other folks have noticed it too.
Perfect. So why don't we go back to finishing up the overview, and then we'll dig deeper into the actual visualizations and be giving that specific feedback. Jamie?
Sure, thank you. And a lot of what was just discussed is in visualization ADB. So we'll have time to look at that after this. Next, going to move on to the visualization that is called Central and Downtown LA. This includes Mid-City, West Adams, neighborhoods along the 10, including Pico Union, Empowerment Congress North, Historic South Central, Zapata King, and also includes parts of Koreatown. The percent deviation of this visualization is negative 4.62%. This is on page 7.
The Latino CVAP for this particular visualization is 53.08%. The Black CVAP is 20.80%. Asian CVAP is 12.96%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.28%. And white CVAP is 11.64%.
So this is an area, once again, where Jingles 1 is definitely met. Jingles 2, the Latino community does tend to be cohesive here. Jingles 3 is still inconclusive. We're getting some more information here, but there does appear to be some significant crossover, and we're trying to look at some more elections to determine whether or not we can get a better sense of that. If Jingles 3 is met, then another thing we'll need to consider is we're currently at a 53% Latino district here, that whether that is going to be sufficient given the crossover that we have. And we don't have a conclusive piece of advice on that yet, but we'll try to get that shortly for you, and also give more comprehensive advice as to whether the third Jingles precondition is met, when definitely the first two are.
Okay. As a reminder, we're not giving direction yet, just reviewing the overview. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a clarifying question or comment?
Okay, thank you so much. I am going to zoom out, and I think just given the area that we just looked at, start in the Long Beach area and review. I'm going to take the current district lines off. You can start in the Long Beach area and then move west and north through sort of the coastal visualizations into more of City of Los Angeles, and go from there.
Perfect. And so, Jamie, do you want to present like multiple districts and then we stop and give feedback and direction?
Yeah, if I could. I think a good way to proceed could be I'll do a total overview, and then maybe we could switch to visualization ADB and give an overview of that set of visualizations and then discuss.
Very good. Thank you. So at this stage, only if there are like clarifying questions, that's what we should be asking. Is that correct?
Could you please repeat?
Sure, no problem. Just at this stage, we're just doing the full overview of this first map A, Assembly District A, not providing specific instruction yet. We're going to look at A and B and then have a discussion about the trade-offs between the two. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I think in terms of the handouts, we're still on the A map right now. ADA1. Or no, just ADA. One moment. We're finding the,
We're looking. So we are still on the handout page on LA County Assembly Visualizations A1, I believe, is what we've moved into now.
okay. Okay, so right now we are looking at Long Beach Harbor area. This visualization includes Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Long Beach, part of the city of Long Beach, Signal Hill, and sort of this southern area of Wilmington. This is along the 405, including San Pedro area. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 0.3%. This is on page 10. So it's difficult to see because it includes those islands that are part of the school district that we heard about.
Yeah, and if you thought you were on the wrong page, I also thought I was on the wrong page. So this is a formatting issue, and we will be working with new formatting moving forward. So apologize for that, and drinking to our software provider here. Percent Latino CVAP for that visualization is 29.88%. Percent Black CVAP is 11.61%. Percent Asian CVAP is 13.26%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.69%. And percent White CVAP is 43.04%.
And I won't be chiming in on, to save time, on districts where there aren't significant Voting Rights Act concerns, and that's certainly one of those areas.
And next, looking at the visualization called South LA. This is page 11 of A1. And this visualization includes Watts, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez, cities of Carson, West Carson, Harbor Gateway South, and Wilmington north of 405. This visualization was, of course, based on direction provided by the Commission last time we met, and the percent deviation of this visualization is 3.86%.
The percent Latino CVAP in this visualization is 50.37%. Percent Black CVAP is 28.90%. Percent Asian CVAP is 11.5%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.26%. Percent White CVAP is 7.06%.
And I'll just add, I think we've already discussed this, but this is an area where certainly the commissioner should consider potential instructions that may relate to coalitions and things along those lines, particularly with the Black and Latino communities.
And next visualization, this is on page 9 of Assembly District A1 handout. This is the South Bay area, including El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, Lawndale, Gardena, Torrance, Lomita, Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills, etc. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 1.81%.
The Latino CVAP for this visualization is 19.36%. Black CVAP is 6.75%. Asian CVAP is 22.18%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.55%. White CVAP is 49.75%.
And moving north, this visualization is called VADA_LAX. It includes LAX area. And this is on page 4 of A1. This visualization includes Hawthorne, Delaware, Lenox, Inglewood, View Park, Windsor Hills, all of Culver City, Delray, Marina Del Rey, and Westchester Playa. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 0.49%.
The percent Latino CVAP for this visualization is 29.22%. Percent Black CVAP is 34.89%. Percent Asian CVAP is 8.26%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.33%. And percent White CVAP is 25.68%.
Moving to this visualization called West Side. This is still seeking the page number. This includes Palisades, Santa Monica and Venice, Mar Vista, West Side, Westwood Neighborhood Council, South Robertson, and City of Beverly Hills. This is page 7 of A1, and the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 4.41%.
The percent Latino CVAP of this visualization is 12.5%. Black CVAP is 6.05%. Asian CVAP is 13.83%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.45%. And white CVAP is 66.07%.
And next, moving on to sort of a West Los Angeles County, East Ventura County visualization. This course was created based on direction from commission, and that was it. Yeah. This is on page 2 of A1. This visualization includes Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Aurora Hills, Westlake Village, Hidden Hills, these neighborhoods in very west San Fernando Valley. In Ventura County, it includes Bell Canyon, Santa Susana, Simi Valley, Oak Park, Thousand Oaks, Casa Conejo, Santa Rosa Valley, and Moore Park. The percent deviation of this visualization is negative 1%.
Percent Latino CVAP for this visualization is 14.45%. Sorry, 14.45%. Percent Black CVAP is 2.28%. Percent Asian CVAP is 9.86%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.63%, and percent White CVAP is 72.23%.
Okay, and moving east into San Fernando Valley areas, we did get direction to try and use to use a 405 as a boundary, and just for population purposes, that was not quite possible, but we did as close as we could in this set of visualizations. This visualization is called West San Fernando Valley. This is on page 1 of the A1 handout. It includes Canoga Park, Tarzana, Encino, part of Sherman Oaks, Van Nuys, Lake Balboa, Northridge South, and Reseda. This boundary, of course, is Mulholland. And the percent deviation of this visualization is 0.96%.
The percent Latino CVAP for this visualization is 32.46%. Percent Black CVAP is 6.25%. Percent Asian CVAP is 11.93%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.41%. And percent White CVAP is 48.25%. Okay, and a little bit further east,
looking at this visualization, which includes Bel Air, Studio City, part of Sherman Oaks, NoHo, Greater Toluca Lake, City of West Hollywood, Mid-City, Greater Wilshire, and, pardon me, Olympic Park, neighborhood councils. This represents 1.61% deviation, and we are looking for the page number. There it is. It's in A, visualization A, and it's on page 3. And the percent Latino CVAP for this is 17.42%. Percent Black CVAP is 7.56%. Percent Asian CVAP, 12.45%. Indigenous CVAP, 0.38%. And white CVAP, 61.25%. Next, moving on to this visualization, VADA _ Burbank, Glendale, North LA. This includes Burbank. Much of City of Glendale also includes Los Feliz, Feliz, and Atwater areas. And it's on page 5 in A1. It also includes East Hollywood. And this is a negative 7.94% deviation.
The percent Latino CVAP for this visualization is 21.75%. Black CVAP is at 4.34%. Asian CVAP at 13.18%. Indigenous CVAP 0.51%. And white CVAP 59.23%.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom out and next look at this 210 corridor visualization, and then we'll go back north. So this includes areas along the 210 corridor. It is on page 6 of visualization A1. It includes areas from this very northern part of Glendale through Pasadena. It does include Eagle Rock, part of Glendale, South Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Monrovia, Bradbury, the northern part of Duarte, northern part of Glendora, San Dimas, all the way out to Claremont. And also includes areas of Angeles National Forest. This is a negative 3.22% deviation.
The percent Latino CVAP of this visualization is 24.1. Percent Black CVAP is 7.59. Percent Asian CVAP is 17.3. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.44. Percent white CVAP is 49.58.
Okay, and now kind of back to San Fernando Valley, talking about the other end of 210. This is East San Fernando Valley. And this includes Silmar, uses 5 and 405 as a western boundary, includes Panorama City, follows the city lines for Burbank and Glendale, and includes all of this area east of 405 pretty much in San Fernando Valley, including Pacoima and City of San Fernando. This is on page 1 of visualization A, and includes a percent deviation of 4.31%.
The percent Latino CVAP of this visualization is 60.67%. Percent Black CVAP is 4.23%. Percent Asian CVAP is 9.79%. Percent Indigenous CVAP is 0.39%. and percent white CVAP is 24.31.
And I will zoom out. This is including this sort of northwestern part of San Fernando Valley, including Chatsworth, Porter Ranch, those neighborhoods, and includes Santa Clarita Valley, including Acton and Agua Dulce. This is called SCV and represents a population deviation of negative 3.59%. And we're looking for that page number for you. Page 2 of visualization A. Moving on, not moving on.
Percent Latino CVAP for this visualization is 24.99%. Black CVAP is 5.33%. Asian CVAP 14.71%. Indigenous CVAP 0.72%. And white CVAP 53.36%.
Okay, I'm moving to the Antelope Valley area. This includes the rest of LA County. That's north of San Fernando Valley and the 210 corridor visualizations. This does include city of Tehachapi, California City, Mojave, Rosemont, Edwards Air Force Base area, and this is a percent deviation of negative 4.39%. It is on page 3 of A1.
The percent Latino CVAP here is 39.51%. Black CVAP 15.34%. Asian CVAP 4.37%. Indigenous CVAP 0.98%. And white CVAP 39.04%.
And lastly, for this visualization, going down to the Walnut, Diamond Bar area, this visualization includes Walnut, part of the City of Industry, Diamond Bar, Rowland Heights, Chino Hills, Yorba Linda, I actually don't know how to say that one. Placentia, okay. Great.
Placentia.
Northern part of City of Fullerton, La Habra, Brea. And this is a population deviation of 7.93%. And we're looking for that page number for you. A1, page 8. And the percent Latino CVAP of this visualization is 24.88%. Percent Black CVAP, 2.87%. Asian CVAP, 31.85%. Indigenous CVAP, 0.62%. And white CVAP, 39.09%. And next, going to move on to visualization ADB. One moment, please. ADB. Okay, so this is a different set of assembly district sized visualizations. And we can go through them just as we did before. David, if you would like to, we could go through the visualizations that we created in close collaboration first.
That sounds good. And if you can overlay the existing assembly districts again.
Absolutely.
And so Jamie, can you just point us to the correct handouts?
Hopefully, yes.
Or we can all try, and this can be a team effort to try.
So we're on page we draw the lines ca.org under the 10_13_21_ handouts. So basically, those are right under the meeting. And we're now we will be going through LA County Assembly Visualizations B and LA County Assembly Visualizations B1. And apologies in advance for making you hop around between these a little bit. We'll try to make it easy.
Thank you so much. Just before we get started, just a friendly reminder that we'll be going till 4 p.m. and at 4 o'clock we'll take a 45-minute break.
Thank you. So this visualization that we'll start with is VADB East SGV. Very similar to the last version that we saw. This includes Azusa, part of Glendora, Citrus, Charter Oak, Covina, West Covina, South San Jose Hills, West Puente Valley, Baldwin Park, Irwindale, Mayflower, South Monrovia Village, and part of Duarte. This is a percent deviation of negative 4.51%. And this is on page 4 of B?
Yes.
True?
Yeah.
Okay. And we need to, it looks like those are the
We're getting the CVAPs up, right?
One moment.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, here we go. So the Latino CVAP for this visualization is 56.87%. Black CVAP is 3.89%. Asian CVAP is 17.58%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.40%. And white CVAP is 20.34%.
And I'll just remind you, this is an area where we did see Latinos likely protected by the Voting Rights Act. All three jingles preconditions appear to be met.
And I added the percent CVAP to this as well. Next, we'll go to this West San Gabriel Valley visualization. This is page 5 on B. And this includes parts of the city of Arcadia, North El Monte, Temple City, East San Gabriel Valley, San Marino, Alhambra, San Gabriel, Monterey Park, South San Gabriel, and Rosemead. This represents a percent deviation of negative 3.02%.
Latino CVAP here is 31.48%, Black CVAP 1.25%, Asian CVAP 53.04%, Indigenous CVAP 0.31%, and white CVAP 12.80%.
And similarly, as we indicated before in visualization set A, this is an area where it's highly likely that Asians are protected by the Voting Rights Act, and all three jingle preconditions are met with regard to Asian voters.
And next, this is page 7 of visualization B. This visualization is called 605 and 60. That interchange is in this visualization. This includes South El Monte, Avocado Heights, La Puente, the western part of City of Industry, Hacienda Heights, La Abra Heights, Rose Hills, Whittier, East Whittier, La Mirada, San Dimas Heights, and South Whittier, Pico Rivera, Montebello, and this is a 4% deviation.
The citizen voting age population of this visualization is for Latinos 65.98%, Black CVAP is 1.34%, Asian CVAP is 13.09%, Indigenous CVAP is 0.38%, and white CVAP is 18.62%.
And as with visualization A, this is an area where Latinos are likely protected by the Voting Rights Act. All three jingles preconditions appear to be met. And I'll note similar to the last set of deviations, this is an area of particular concentration of Latino voters. So there's probably some flexibility to reduce the percentage if, as you're balancing other factors, 65% is likely higher than is necessary to to give Latinos an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
And now moving on to page 8 of visualization B. This is where we're going to start seeing some of these trade-offs and differences in these visualizations that we were discussing when we were looking at visualization A. So this visualization, Southeast 5 corridor, again, it's page 8 of visualization B, includes Cerritos, Artesia, Norwalk, Bellflower, Downey, Bell Gardens, Bell, Maywood, Vernon, and Commerce, and it's a negative 3.78% deviation.
Latino CVAP is 60.24%, Black CVAP 6.78%, Asian CVAP 16.39%, Indigenous CVAP 0.33%, and White CVAP 15.32%.
And this is an area, you'll recall that we're still compiling some information on whether Jingles 3 is met. There's some indications that it may be, but there's in some of the assembly districts that currently comprise it, there's less than what we're seeing in others. So we're still getting some more information on that. Jingles 1 and 2 are definitely met here. And as you can see, again, just like the previous district, this is a particularly high Latino concentration in this district. And it's likely that 60% is probably on the higher end of what is necessary to give Latinos an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
Looks like there's a question from Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Are we going to be putting the two options side by side on the screen at some point?
We absolutely can, yes.
Okay, because I'm like, yeah.
Understandable.
Because you keep saying, as you remember, I'm like, no. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next, moving to page 10 of visualizations B. This visualization includes Hawaiian Gardens, Lakewood, northern part of City of Long Beach, all of City of Linwood and Southgate, all of Huntington Park. This visualization represents a percent deviation of negative 1.44%. The percent Latino CVAP is 65.15%, Black CVAP 10.86%, Asian CVAP 7.85%, Indigenous CVAP 0.36%, and White CVAP 14.41%.
And preliminary indications are that all three Jingles preconditions here are met, and that the Latino population is likely protected by the Voting Rights Act here. And similarly, I'm reading this, I'm sorry, these numbers are so small and my eyes aren't what they used to. It looks like 65%.
Yes.
Latino CVAP. Again, that's almost certainly on the higher end of what is necessary to give Latino voters in this visualization an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
And next, moving to the, okay, this is page 9 of visualizations B. This visualization is called South LA and includes Westmont, Harbor Gateway North, Watts, Walnut Park, Florence Firestone, Zapata King, Empowerment Congress Central Area Neighborhood Council. And this represents a percent deviation of 2.38%. The Latino CVAP is 57.67%. Black CVAP is 38.80%. Asian CVAP, 0.84%, Indigenous CVAP, 0.13%, and White CVAP, 1.67%.
And we don't need to go over it too much, but this is an area where we're not sure that Jingles 3 exists because Latinos and Blacks tend to be voting for similar candidates. And we'll continue to look at possibility of some coalitions here.
Okay, and I think next, this is on B1, page 10, sort of looking at areas along a 10 corridor in city of Los Angeles. This includes Mid-City, West Adams, Empowerment Congress North, most of Pico Union, historic South Central, Boyle Heights, downtown Los Angeles, including this area north of 101 and Westlake South, MacArthur Park area. This is a 0.57% deviation.
Latino CVAP here is 51.96%, Black CVAP 20.07%, Asian CVAP 12.10%, Indigenous CVAP 0.41%, and White CVAP 14.33%.
Yeah, and similar to the last piece of advice, this is an area where we're not necessarily seeing evidence yet of the third jingles precondition being met, largely because of Black and Latino crossover and cohesion for similar candidates.
The page number on that one was page 10 of B1. And now we're going to page 8 of B1, back down to the Long Beach area. It includes Long Beach Harbor, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, southern parts of bulk of City of Long Beach, all of Signal Hill, much of Wilmington, and parts of San Pedro. And this is 2.98% deviation.
Latino CVAP here is 33.56%, Black CVAP 11.41%, Asian CVAP 12.82%, Indigenous CVAP 0.67%, and White CVAP 40.04%.
I'm wondering, I don't know if anyone else is having this issue, but Jamie, could you maybe with the cursor just show us exactly where this area was? When I looked at the page, it looks like 3 little islands, but I know that's probably not the case. Right. Yes, I think the part of that is actually a part of Long Beach was it looks like an island on this page as well. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we are going to page 9 of B1. This visualization includes Carson and West Carson, Compton, Willowbrook, out to Gardena, West Athens, Hawthorne, and Del Aire. This represents a percent deviation of negative 2.83%.
The Latino CVAP for this visualization is 41.32%. Black CVAP is 32.24%. Asian CVAP is 14.40%. Indigenous CVAP 0.24%. And White CVAP 9.69%.
And next, moving to page 7 of B1. This is, again, looking at the South Bay area, including Harbor Gateway, Lomita, Rolling Hills, Palos Verdes, Torrance, Lawndale, Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Manhattan Beach. This is a percent deviation of negative 2.87%.
Latino CVAP here is 20.76%, Black CVAP 4.71%, Asian CVAP 21.39%, Indigenous CVAP 0.56%, and White CVAP 51.31%.
It looks like we have a question from Commissioner Akutagawa.
Just a clarification. I just wanted to ask, just in terms of the CVAP numbers that you're showing, Where, if anywhere, I guess maybe that's the question, where do Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders fall? Are they all lumped in with Asian in this particular case, or are they included as part of the indigenous numbers?
They're included in indigenous numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Moving to page.
Before you move, can you say a little bit more about that? You said that they're part of the Native Americans?
I believe ACS CVAP does identify Pacific Islanders, but I could be wrong about that. We might just not be showing them. I don't know. I wasn't sure how this was put together.
Let me just verify that answer. I will let you know after the break. I just want to verify this.
Moving to page 7 of visualization B1. This LAX area includes El Segundo, Lenox, Inglewood, Park Mesa Heights, View Park, Windsor Hills, Culver City, Palms, Mar Vista, and Venice, and Delray, Westchester. This represents a percent deviation of 4.53%. The Latino CVAP is 23.52%. Black CVAP, 29.24%. Asian CVAP, 9.37%. Indigenous CVAP, 0.44%. And white CVAP, 35.87%. Yep. And now we're going. And moving to sort of west side area. This is page 3 of visualization B1. Includes Santa Monica, Palisades, Bel Air, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Mid-City, South Robertson, West Side, Westwood neighborhood councils. And this is a 0.58% deviation. Latino CVAP is 10.73%, Black CVAP 5.95%, Asian CVAP 12.53%, Indigenous CVAP 0.36%, and white CVAP 69.24%. It's like the West, what? The West LA's. Next, the West LA, East Ventura visualization. This is page 1 of B1. This is quite similar to this version of the visualization A. Again, it includes Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Aurora Hills, Westlake Village, Hidden Hills, neighborhoods on the very west end of San Fernando Valley, Bell Canyon, Santa Susana, Simi Valley, Oak Park, Thousand Oaks, Santa Rosa Valley, and Moore Park. This is a negative 3.72% deviation.
Latino CVAP is 14.45%, Black CVAP is 2.22%, Asian CVAP is 9.83%, Indigenous CVAP is 0.64%, and white CVAP is 72.31%.
To West San Gabriel Valley, this is page 5 of visualizations B. Again, sort of trying to maintain a boundary of 405. That's later. No, we're on page 5 of visualizations B. Includes Canoga Park, Tarzana, Encino, Sherman Oaks, Lake Balboa, North Hills West, South, Northridge South, and Reseda. This is a percent deviation of negative 5.23%.
Latino CVAP is 31.48%, Black CVAP is 1.25%, Asian CVAP is 53.04%, Indigenous is 0.31%, and white CVAP is 12.80%.
Okay, and moving to page 4 of visualization B1. This includes, excuse me. Which page, please?
Go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez.
For the West
Sorry,
San
the one you
Gabri-
just did, maybe I was reading the wrong one.
For
Which one
this
was it?
West San Gabriel Valley visualization. This is page 11 of visualization B. So the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 5.23%. Latino CVAP is 28.23%. Black CVAP 5.97%. Asian CVAP 11.96%. Indigenous CVAP 0.4%. White CVAP 52.73%.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. I think it was the wrong numbers that were given, but those were the right ones you gave. Thank you.
I apologize.
Page 4 of B1 includes Studio City, Hollywood Hills, Greater Wilshire Olympic Park, Koreatown, East Hollywood, Atwater, and southern part of Glendale. The percent deviation of this is negative 0.61%.
The Latino CVAP here is 24.64%. Black CVAP is 7.1%. Asian CVAP is 19.95%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.47%. And white CVAP is 46.64%.
Next, Northeast LA. This is page 6 of visualization B. This includes Eagle Rock, the El Sereno area, Lincoln Heights, Echo Park, Silver Lake areas, and the percent deviation is negative 4.77%.
Latino CVAP here is 54.73%. Black CVAP is 2.96%. Asian CVAP is 15.55%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.43%. And white CVAP is 25.54%.
Okay, I'm going to move to the 210 corridor visualization for this set. This again goes from this northern area of Glendale, following 210, including Pasadena, South Pasadena, all the way out to Claremont. It's the bottom one. This is page 10 of visualization B1. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 7.86%. Page 11, thank you, of B1. And the Latino CVAP is 23.65%. Black CVAP is 7.92%. Asian CVAP 16.64%. Indigenous CVAP 0.42%. And white CVAP 50.39%. Now we're going to go back to sort of the North Hollywood, Burbank, and Glendale area. This visualization includes much of City of Glendale, Burbank, it's page 3 of visualization B. Includes North Hollywood area, part of Sun Valley. This is the 5 as a boundary. And the percent deviation of this area is negative 5.41%.
Latino CVAP is 29.3%, Black CVAP is 5.04%, Asian CVAP 9.57%, Indigenous CVAP 0.40%, and White CVAP 55.0%.
Moving to the northeast, San Fernando Valley. I can't see the page number, but this is includes areas of the 210, Silmar, San Fernando, Pacoima, again following 405 as a boundary, includes Van Nuys, Sun Valley, Foothills Trail District, and the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 2.13%. San Fernando Valley. This is page 1 of visualization B. And I'm going to zoom out so we can see the visualization that includes Santa Clarita Valley with sort of this northwest San Fernando Valley area. This is page 2 of visualization B. The percent deviation is negative 4.34%.
Latino CVAP is 24.98%, Black CVAP 5.35%, Asian CVAP 14.65%, Indigenous CVAP 0.71%, and White CVAP 53.42%.
On this map, if I may, could we just zoom into the southwest corner there? I just want to see what those cities are beneath Santa Clarita.
Oh, southwest. In San Fernando Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So we
great.
got
Thank you.
Granada Hills,
Granada
Porter
Hill.
Ranch, Chatsworth.
Northridge.
Got it. Thank you very much.
And next, moving on to Antelope Valley area. This visualization is on page 2 of B1. And again, includes Tehachapi, California City, Mojave Rosemont, Edwards Air Force Base. And this is negative 3.76% deviation.
Latino CVAP is 39.37%, Black CVAP is 15.23%, Asian CVAP 4.36%, Indigenous CVAP 1.04%, and White CVAP 39.27%.
Question?
Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. So a district like this, where there's a potential, I mean, just looking at the numbers for a coalition district, I'm just wondering, Mr. Becker, I mean, how do we approach systematically either looking at that or not looking at that? Just at first glance.
Jamie, can I get the assembly districts overlay? So I don't know that we're seeing, we're going to have to get some more evidence on that. We should absolutely, if you want to give an instruction and to look at that, we can absolutely do that. I think we have to do some additional racially polarized voting analysis to see if the, so this district's currently, am I right? I'm trying to read this. It's not quite 40% Latino, correct? And it's about 15%.
That's correct.
Is that 15% Black?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's going to be really, so it's going to be really close. Even assuming that there's cohesion, whether that percentage is sufficient to maintain the ability to elect is something we should look at, and we will. And I'll get some more advice on that.
And that would be true of other districts. I mean, for instance, I think LAX district earlier had a similar Black, Latino, potential coalition.
It
But
would-
I'm just wondering how we're approaching whether or not to look at these.
It was high, there were higher percentages. Again, does this meet, sorry, my dogs are barking in the background. Does this meet Jingles 1, assuming cohesion between Latinos and Blacks? The answer is it does appear it gets above 50%. I don't have an answer for you right now based on the analysis that's been done as to whether the cohesion is there between the Black and Latino communities, and we can absolutely look at that. The numbers were higher down in the South LA area, so I think that's something we would, we'll take a look at that and get you some advice on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Jamie, we're right up against the break. Do you have a sense of how many additional districts?
Just one more.
Oh, perfect. Very good.
This is the Walnut, Chino Hills, Orange County areas. This is similar to the last version we showed you. It is on page 5 of B1, and it includes Walnut, parts of eastern end of City of Industry, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, La Habra, parts of Buena Park and Fullerton, Brea, Yorba Linda, Chino Hills area. This is a 7.81% deviation.
Latino CVAP here is 24.86%, Black CVAP 2.86%, Asian CVAP 31.89%, Indigenous CVAP 0.62%, and White CVAP 39.08%.
And that's visualization ADB.
Perfect. So we are up against a break. I'm wondering if, Karin, if you could just walk us through, when we get back, what is that process going to look like? How should commissioners be thinking about comparing these two sets of visualizations for potential assembly districts?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. I think, piggybacking onto a question that Commissioner Sinai was asking earlier, if you would like to have them overlaid, we can of course do that so you can see some of the differences. And then perhaps we can get a sense from you about whether there is one that may fit a little bit better, your ideas a little bit better than the other, and then we can start giving perhaps direction on that particular one. And or if you see something in one visualization that you didn't like in the other one, but one of the visualizations is actually better, you just like a particular piece of the other visualization, then I think let's have a conversation about whether or not that could be implemented and what the trade-offs might be, or what the ripple effects might be. So I would say let's start looking at that, and again, not looking at the very small, little coys or so, but rather just looking at the way that the districts are flowing and the overall architecture of the plans. So what makes most sense to you right now based on these two? Is there anything that makes sense in there? And let's start just picking it apart that way and trying to put it back together after that.
Very good. Lots to think about during our break. With that, we're going to go to a lunch break for 45 minutes. It's 4 p.m. right now. We'll be back at 4:45. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission and our review of our second set of visualizations. We left off having looked at two visualizations looking at potential ideas for assembly districts based on community of interest testimony and much of the analysis that we have received thus far. I will hand it back to our line drawing team just to remind us one more time of the kind of conversation that we should engage in, any parameters for comparing and contrasting the trade-offs between the two assembly district visualizations that we have just reviewed. Karin?
Yeah, thank you so much. So just to remind you, as we started off today, talking about what might happen today, the purpose of today's conversation really should be to figure out what the structure, the architecture of this piece of an assembly plan might look like. So you've seen a couple of variations, and I know this was pretty quick, and it was a lot of different district bite-sized pieces for that area. And there were, of course, differences there, and as Commissioner Sinai pointed out earlier, it might be helpful to overlay both of these plans to just kind of compare them that way and see what the major differences are. And then if you might be able to give us some specifics about what did you really like, what did you really hate? Are there some things that should absolutely not be considered? Are there some areas where perhaps you would like to explore some of the edges a little bit? For example, asking us to whether it would be possible to, move outside of the borders of this particular region and perhaps go into another region a little bit with some of these plans to see what's going on there. Again, reminding you that there are voting rights considerations, and of course, Mr. Becker is here and can talk about that a little bit, but we just like to get some general directions so that we can, again, continue to work within the parameters that we've had and come to perhaps one regional plan that Jamie can then work with her colleagues on putting together into one overall assembly plan. And of course, just to remind you, you will most likely see Kennedy tonight starting off, hopefully if that works out with our time frame. And then tomorrow so Kennedy's working on Northern California, inland, mountainous areas, Central Valley. And then tomorrow we'll be going into Southern California and Inland Empire and so forth. So everybody will be here in the next, today and then the next couple of days. So you'll see the other pieces. And then the goal again is on big picture. So big picture, how do we put these regions together? And so kind of, I wouldn't say ignoring, but perhaps just keeping your notes on communities of interest and so forth, smaller communities of interest in particular, and reserving those for a little bit later once we have a complete plan, because then we can really work on those and figure out what the trade-offs there are, where the exchanges might be, and where we can just move the lines a little bit to make sure that people are kept together if they want to. I hope that made sense.
Thank you so much. And I see a couple commissioners are prepared and ready to jump in here on this conversation. I'll start with Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for that. Jamie, Karen, question, if I understood the schedule correctly, we're going to go into, perhaps if we have time, Northern Central tonight, and then we're going to go back to a different part of Southern and then go back to the Northern Central. And I'm just wondering if you can say a little bit more about why we're splitting that out, that part of the conversation like that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for that question. And the very simple answer is travel schedules. We came up with the agenda, just with the more detailed agenda just in the last couple of days, and people had already booked their travel. So essentially we, if we had talked about it a little sooner, then we may have been able to start with Southern California. It just didn't work out that way because John's actually on a plane right now, so he won't be able to make it here tonight. So that's the idea, but that's pretty much it.
I think even more so, though, about the split of the Northern Central Valley, because it seems like we do that part and then we go somewhere else and we come back to it.
We could certainly talk about whether or not we could start tomorrow and finish off Northern Central Valley. I'm happy to help coordinate that if that's the preference of the commission, if that works for
yeah,
everybody.
No, that works for us. That's
Yeah.
really your preference. We were really just looking at the schedule and saw 3 days and 4 big regions, and how do we put that together? And we usually have the most time on the first day, so who's available, who's available is our fantastic colleague, Kennedy. And so she has very graciously agreed to just jump the line and basically just help us out tonight if we get there.
Yeah. Yep. So we can work on that. I wanted to be really responsive, though, to, I know there were requests to make sure that the Southern California region had ample amounts of time as well, and every region is going to have their fair time. So we can work that out, though, and if it makes sense, if we get to Northern California tonight, to rearrange the schedule a little bit. Okay. Commissioner Fornashari.
I guess I will jump in. So sort of high level 30,000 foot reaction to what we've seen. For the most part, if we start, San Gabriel or 210 North, Antelope Valley, San Fernando Valley, Malibu, down the coast, I like B better. I think B better represents what we've heard as a starting point, what we've heard. For me, it kind of goes a little bit off the rails when we get down to the Harbor Gateway area. We've gotten an awful lot of feedback on that area recently, and it was pretty clear that they were different than Long Beach and really didn't want to be with Long Beach. And so I guess I would ask, and we also got a lot of feedback for Lakewood to be with Long Beach and Bellflower too, to some extent. But, so I know there's a lot of VRA considerations in here, and that's important. I think that once we look at the interface between LA County and Orange County, that might help kind of guide and clarify some of that VRA consideration there, because I know there was tried really hard to honor the border there. And then once we get into the middle there, I got to be honest, I kind of get lost. I'm going to have to defer to my colleagues who are much more familiar with that area of LA. But that's just kind of my 30,000 foot impression.
Thank you for that. In terms of the line drawers, do you need any specific direction on that or any specific clarification?
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fornachari, that was a really good start. That's the exact type of direction and feedback that we're looking for. And also just a note to commissioners and anybody watching from home, VADA, the boundaries on the map and the labels are going to be just like they were before. They are black lines with sort of like a black label. And then just to make it really clear, if we're looking at both at once, the VADB is like this. It's the green boundary and the green label. So that's the difference again between version A and version B of the assembly for Los Angeles County.
I think my eyes are about to pop out of my head looking at all of those lines, but thank you very much for showing that. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. It's really wonderful to see all this together, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into making this for us. I completely agree with Commissioner Fornashari. I would like to actually starting though up with I think it's called South SGV, which the La Habra, the La Habra Heights, Whittier, all the Whittier ones. Oh. Yeah, that guy. I would like to see that blend into, because that's Latina, I'd like to see that blend into Orange County. So basically here it is. I'd like to kind of see it shift in terms of flow. I'd kind of like to see that flow eastward a bit, and then have the southeast corridor, is that, I can't quite read the one below that, Artesia, the Norwalk lot, that shift up into the part of Whittier, and then going down, that would allow Long Beach to basically join with what Commissioner Fornaciari was saying. Like sort of shift Lakewood into Long Beach, maybe, lift that kind of up and blend it into Orange County with considering VRA issues. And going a little bit further west, I'd like to see, in the Carson, West Carson, the whole San Pedro, they were specific, they wanted, the Harbor Gateway. That's been kind of cut off and thrown in with Torrance. But the only comments we've ever heard is like it wanted to be with Carson. So I'd like that actually more to be together and then going north. But as Commissioner Fornaciari said, it gets a bit murky in here. And the one thing I would really like to see, if possible, and I think either Commissioner Sinai or Commissioner Taylor brought this up, can we see in that area rearranging, if we've shifted these others a little bit east, does that allow a district in here which might be coalition, but it could be putting more of the black CVAP together in like the Compton, the south, south, yeah, that in that kind of area in through there, Englewood, in that sort of area through there, and that's kind of as I see it. I did like a lot of things. I agree. Again, I agree with Commissioner Fornaciari. I also liked in some of the ones in B. I think it was up on the 210. I think that was you kind of captured everything we were trying to get to on that. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if I may, and all commissioners who've given feedback so far have done a really good job of saying which visualization they're talking about and what the what specific feedback is. And if everybody could please continue to do that for my brain and for the note takers, please. Thank you.
Very good. Oh, was there more?
I just wanted to make a quick note about all of the direction that Commissioner Anderson just gave. Again, thank you so much. And as you noted, when you began giving input or feedback, excuse me, you were talking about areas where there might be potential VRA considerations, specifically around Lakewood. That is something that we will continue to look at, and not entirely sure it can be moved out of that visualization.
No, I realize
Thank
that.
you.
It's just, if you could just look at that, so that's why, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Actually, I guess, Jamie and Karen, how, you know me, how do you want me to do this? I think I have two main areas that I'd like to comment on, but I do have maybe questions and comments on some maps. And then also to what Commissioner Sinai had asked, is it possible to do kind of a side-by-side? Because one of the San Gabriel Valley ones, I'm trying to kind of toggle between both, and I'm trying to figure out what is different between them. They look almost exactly the same. So it's the one that says West SGV, and then that is under ADA underscore L.
So this, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
This visualization is identical.
Yeah, okay.
And additionally, the East SGV is also identical. They're just in again, this very early stage of this, there was just not a ton of wiggle room in those areas. And I think part of that is because it's on the edge of this big cluster of visualizations.
Okay, that's helpful, because that I guess for me was one of the comments. I guess I guess it it goes back to some of the earlier conversations about what size is actually needed to be able to achieve a VRA district. And like, for example, like this West SGV district, it has over 50%. It may be fine. Just one thought that I have, and I think this relates to the other adjoining map, is would it make sense to maybe add South El Monte to this so that all of the El Montes are all together? And then that would bring down some of the, I think it'll probably bring down some of the Asian numbers, but it may also help in terms of bringing down I think it was the one that had Montebello. Yeah, it's the one that says San Gabriel, it's SGV South. And that particular one had a pretty high Latino CVP and CVAP. And I think that's the one that also, Mr. Becker was saying that there's some wiggle room there that is going to need to be brought, maybe bring down that number, because they probably don't need that high of a number to be able to achieve, the kind of voting that they need to be able to elect a candidate of their choice. So that was my thought, is that looking at maybe bringing together the South, all the El Montes. The other one that I really wanted to talk about, and you heard some of my comments earlier, was around the gateway cities. There are some interesting choices that were made, particularly as I asked about the placement of Cerritos in the context of some of these cities. Doesn't really make sense given the kind of characteristics and the focus and the needs of some of those gateway cities versus Cerritos. And so I guess what would be the easiest way, because there's several visualizations. I won't say that I put notes on every one of them. I mean, they all kind of come down to the same thing. One is, removing Cerritos and adding, like, I'm looking at Southeast 5 corridor or core. I guess it's like following the 5, but I had asked about what if there was something that followed more of the 710 that included the cities of Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, and put them all together, perhaps including up to a portion of the 5, so that then you could remove Cerritos and Artesia from that mix. I know that there was a COI request about maybe including Bellflower, but I don't think it was really absolutely necessary. And then the other questions that I had to do with some of the other ones. And I'm sorry, there's like a lot, so I'm just kind of generalizing.
Could I just ask a clarifying question for Cerritos, and I think you said Cerritos and Artesia?
Yes.
Where would you put them instead?
I would probably put them with some of the Orange County cities like Buena Park. It depends on the COI. I mean, I think, for me, I think it would be also including it with some of the other. You could even move out La Habra from some of those. On that particular one, I would suggest moving them and crossing county lines. They have more in common together than they do trying to keep them within LA County lines. I think you're going to find tensions in that district between two very different competing needs amongst that region. And also, I would also suggest that, going back to looking at some of the South LA communities as it borders some of the gateway cities, I think there may be, depending on how some of that could be, maybe, again, like think about it as a puzzle piece, bringing them together, you may be able to create possibly what could be a VRA district, and I think that's what Mr. Becker was talking about, that does enable that Black African American community core to stay as close to intact. They're not monolithic either, just like many of the other communities here in Southern California are not monolithic, but I think there is enough of a core that if you use them as a base, and also with the Latino communities, you may be able to create some of those coalition districts. But I don't know how specific you want me to get. I'm just just kind of direction right now, I guess.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I think, again, big picture. So we'll continue to work with VRA Council, of course, and as additional information comes in from VRA Council and our RPV analyst, they can advise on what is possible and what is not. And if Mr. Becker is there and would like to weigh in, I will move this over to him.
I don't have anything to add. I think I think we received the instruction, and I'll work with Karen and Jamie to see what can be drawn there and what the characteristics of the district might be.
Yeah, in general, what would be helpful to us is, are you, does option B look better to you than option A? And then we can start working off of that and incorporating, seeing what we can do.
I mean, I'll just be honest. I mean, neither one of them looks really great to me. I think that's where I'm also coming from. I think I would suggest something a little bit more drastically different. I think that's where the level of detail, like, when and where do we get to that? So that, I guess, if I had to choose, one is slightly better because it has more of the cities, but in all, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done on some of those visualizations there. Just to also have another just general question in terms of, I'm trying to look for the map on it, but there's one particular visualization that you showed that includes places like Bel Air, West LA, and some other communities like that. And those are basically ones that I would consider pretty affluent, like really affluent communities. And then there's this little corner of LA that's called Pico. And I know that the issues that they're dealing with has nothing to do with the issues that the folks in Bel Air and Hollywood Hills or, Santa Monica and some of those areas. Very, very different. And I think the question I have is, do we want to do that to that particular neighborhood? That they're the sole neighborhood that is dealing with housing insecurity and other things like that. And then you have the rest of this really uber affluent community where they're going to be completely disenfranchised. The other comment, one last comment, and then I'll stop. Where the placement of the Koreatowns are, they're a little odd in some cases. Some of them are put together with I would call the very, valley-ish cities of Studio City and some of those other kind of places. Very different from Koreatown in terms of needs, in terms of priorities. I do know that the Koreatown community has been really looking to and really advocating for a way where as a unified region, they will have better enfranchisement in terms of their vote and in terms of their representation. I do also want to say there was another visualization that put them with what I would call more predominantly Black and Latino communities. And while they may share certain things, I think there is going to be some tension, and I'm just going to say that out loud because I think both are trying to retain, in one case retain, and the other one gain some type of political representation. And I think they're looking, I don't know if that's going to be the right way to draw a line that is going to be able to enable two historically underrepresented communities in this process and help them gain the kind of political enfranchisement that they're looking for. And so I just want to just say that out loud and, just be really thoughtful about that piece as well, too.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. I share many of those concerns. Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you. And I think we've already sort of touched on it before when we were going through the visualizations. I guess one of the things that caught my eye is I probably would prefer option B as it relates to the Westmont West Athens, Florence area, and putting that same community similar to what Commissioner Kutagawa said, Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, Vernon, Commerce. I think those are shared interests, and I think that will keep those communities intact. And I think it also would give those communities an opportunity to coalesce together and work together. So I think I would prefer option B, but I think that it still can be worked to where we can get greater populations of people to give them an opportunity to vote to elect the candidate of their choice. Thank you.
Others want to weigh in? I have some. Let me go to the hands that are raised, and I'll raise my own hand. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. So I agree completely with those who have spoken for the San Pedro and Harbor area. They were very clear that Long Beach and San Pedro are two different, one is LA Harbor and one is Long Beach Harbor, and that they're compete against each other. I was the one who put the call out to say, hey, do you guys want to be in a district together or not? So I feel like I should be the one saying, they said no. And Long Beach was very clear, both of them were pretty clear that they wanted to go north, not west or east, to create those districts. But, you know, having said that, we also know that VRA is the second criteria we need to follow, and counties, cities, and communities of interest are the fourth. So, you know, we definitely understand that. I wrote down WLDBRH. I guess that's one of the maps. But I was curious that if we move more from LA, is there a way to, yeah, that one. And I think that this is where Commissioner Kutagawa already spoke, that if moving it either more towards LA or more down to Orange County, that could be an Asian majority community. And the final one is, I still don't, Malibu. I know I'm the one who kind of recommended this one, so I'll take that one. I think, the hard thing about Malibu is Malibu likes to be separate from everybody else and geographically, but I'm wondering if the Santa Monica community, I agree, Pico doesn't quite fit in there, and if we need more population, if it could go up the coast and capture Malibu in that area. I still kind of see it in the way it's set up. I see it, but I'm not sure they would see it. So that's just some thoughts I had. Thank you for this. It's tough going from granular to bigger, but thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. The two areas that struck me most, I think, were that Long Beach ends up in 3 different districts and Glendale ends up in 3 different districts. And I would like to see further visualizations to see if we can reduce that number at least to 2, if not to 1. In both cases, and I agree with the sense that if we start in San Pedro and Wilmington and go north, so we would have kind of the South Bay district coming down from Manhattan Beach to Palos Verdes, Rancho Palos Verdes. I think that's pretty well done at this point. I mean, it's not complete, but it generally reflects my sense of what we were looking for. And if we could, as I say, start in San Pedro and Wilmington and go up and include Carson and West Carson and Harbor Gateway and Harbor City and Compton and those sorts of things, I think that would probably be closer to what I was expecting to see in this. And the third thing is, yes, I agree with Commissioner Kutagawa. I think, some adjustments in the Southeast Gateway area, the 5 corridor, the 710 corridor, there are opportunities, good opportunities to cross the Orange County line and have a more coherent community from a representational point of view. I don't want to get into specifics now, but generally, I think there are some good opportunities to cross that line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment? Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, apologies if I missed, if I'm going out of our scope, but I did want to look at the region. I have Northeast LA. Is that part of where we are right now? Great. I don't, this is going to be another tough area, I think, for us. I understand and am seeing the CVAP reporting for this area as having majority Latino. And that being said, I'm not sure that this visualization sort of makes sense in practicality for me, having East LA in the same sort of political interests as Silver Lake, and even Glassell Park, even Highland Park is also rapidly gentrifying, and I'm really concerned that this region, I know we have to go by the information that is now, and not sort of what it could look like in 5 years. But I'm just really concerned that even the sort of electoral information that we have on these precincts in the previous 10 years is just not reflective of what the reality will be in even the next election, just given how much that the demographics in some of these areas is shifting. So I don't know if I have a solution, but I would invite my colleagues to help me think through if there are different ways of visualizing this particular area of sort of East Los Angeles and Northeast Los Angeles, to help that through. I wanted to call attention to this piece and maybe invite a conversation amongst my colleagues.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez. I've actually had my hand raised, so I'm going to jump in here because I had a similar concern, and I won't go through all of all of my notes here because I think many of my colleagues have raised similar concerns. I think I'm having a hard time, in all honesty, looking at these maps as individual areas, and I think it would be really helpful to get like a full map of LA County with these districts on it to really be thinking about these areas in conjunction with one another. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be very helpful for me. In particular, to Commissioner Vasquez's point around this area, I believe in both A and B, Boyle Heights is separated from East LA. I think that is correct. It certainly is separated in this visualization, as well as I believe in the other. Yeah, that seemed odd to me. Those are two different neighborhoods to be certain, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of connectivity between the two, and I think that might be a VRA analysis as well. Certainly we don't want to overpack the Latino community in that area, but I agreed with Commissioner Vasquez that this joining of Silver Lake and some of these areas with East LA does seem a bit off. I think part of that might be stemming, though, from what's happening further north of this area. And I believe both visualizations maintained that 210 corridor. And while I know that we've received a whole lot of testimony asking for such a district, I drive that district, the 210 corridor almost every single day from my home to work. It's a very long area spanning across very different kinds of cities. So I would still like to see something that could potentially break this into two potential districts. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to play out, right? So I think there was concern raised, I believe it was by Commissioner Kennedy, about Glendale. I think Glendale could be paired with some of the areas that are included in that 210 corridor visualization at this point, including the La Crescenta, Montrose, potentially parts of Altadena, Pasadena, maybe. It looks like Glendale itself is split in half. Which would have implications further south in the Eagle Rock area, which is where Commissioner Vasquez was raising. While I have the floor, a couple other points that I just wanted to raise. I think certainly we should be paying really close attention to these visualizations for South LA. I understand it's a very difficult neighborhoods to conceptualize. I can certainly understand that the RPV analysis is going to show significant crossover voting, but I would like to take a closer look at what it might look like if we increase the percentage of Black CVAP in potential districts. I am not going to put a specific number on that. I think I'd like to generally take a look at what our options might be to increase the influence of the Black community in those districts. I think I'll also be really curious to see, I don't know exactly who else presenting next week when community groups come and share their district ideas with us, but I'd be curious to see what kinds of analysis we receive from the communities themselves. In addition, I want to stress this point that it's okay to break county lines, while that, certainly we don't want to do it everywhere. I think in a lot of areas, particularly around the LA region, it's going to make sense to do so. I think Commissioner Kutagawa did a great job pointing out some areas where crossing into Orange County or potentially even San Bernardino, I think Commissioner Anderson mentioned that as well, would make a whole lot of sense. I think we're going to be talking more about that in the Southern California regions. But I think also, I know we've heard some testimony about the Antelope Valley and Victor Valley. I would be really interested, though, to know, looking at the CVAP numbers that we've seen on the Antelope Valley visualizations that we've received, be curious to take a look at what the percentage of Latinos would look like if we were to actually bring those two communities together. And I know that I'll probably get a lot of comments on that after I make a statement like that, because I know we've certainly heard a lot. But in the pursuit of leaving no stone left unturned, at a minimum, like to see some of those crossovers. Again, in terms of those county crossovers, agree with Commissioner Sinai. Seeing alternate options for Malibu, I think, would make a whole lot of sense, and connecting it to Santa Monica, at least as an option. I would be open to having it connect to Thousand Oaks and the Ventura County areas, but I think we should take a look at other options as well. I will stop there. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Sadwani. I wanted to just follow up on what Commissioner Vasquez was asking and talking about. I'm glad that you brought that up. I do agree with you. I was noting some of the kind of maybe odd, interesting pairings with that one. In particular, I guess I guess for me, some of the notes that I put on it is that whether it's East LA, also Lincoln Heights and LA 32 Neighborhood Council particularly, I think those should remain together and perhaps separate from places like Silver Lake, Glassell Park, and Eagle Rock. Maybe those could either be put in similar to a district that is with, whether it's the San Fernando Valley, depending on how one wants to look at it, maybe even with the West Hollywood or Hollywood districts, or perhaps like in the case of maybe Glassell Park and Eagle Rock, maybe with like Glendale and or the Foothill, Glendale communities. I think there's a lot more similarities or at least commonalities with those communities. I also want to just point out in that kind of northeast LA area that Commissioner Vasquez was pointing out there is a visualization that is, I guess it's ADA, and it says the district is NELA, which I assume is Northeast LA. I found it interesting, too, that the historical, cultural neighborhoods of LA, which I assume includes Chinatown, Alvera Street, and Little Tokyo, is in a district, again, also with Silver Lake, LaSalle Park, and even Highland Park. Very, very different kind of communities, very different kind of needs. The gentrification issues maybe is what could bind them, but still very different, let's just say, populations in those areas. I think it is interesting, and I'm glad that Commissioner Sadwani pointed out that East LA and Boyle Heights are also separated. It could be that this, I don't know if this neighborhood council also includes Boyle Heights, but I think we should be looking at that. I do want to point out that there was one visualization that I thought was not too bad, and this is ADB1, and it's the one that says 10 corridor, and that does include the historical cultural neighborhoods as well as Boyle Heights. It also includes MacArthur Park, Pico Union, Westlake South. I think they have some shared similarities. That one could also add on East LA. There is also a possibility in terms of balancing out. I think, in terms of the numbers, you have some real nice kind of balanced numbers. However, for a South LA, maybe kind of like the historic Black community core, it may be worthwhile to look at either moving the West Adams Neighborhood Council and or the South Central Neighborhood Council to also then be added to some of the other, visualizations that we see that does, again, honor some of the, the core that community members had also asked for as well, to be able to then find that balance for this particular visualization. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Kutagawa, I was thinking of East LA as part of that potential 710 corridor with Commerce and some of the other cities in that part of the county. And just to say also, in response to your interest in seeing the Antelope Valley with the Victor Valley, I've done some more reading on this, and because I thought I had remembered something in materials that I had read from SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, and sure enough, I mean, it's a project on the drawing board. We don't know how long it would take to get this in place. It's not anywhere near completion, but there is at least a project that has been developed for a high desert corridor linking the Victor Valley to the Antelope Valley, because there does seem to be a good bit of demand to move freight and people back and forth between those areas. So, just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. I just want to also jump in and provide a reminder to folks who might be watching at home this evening that we do have available on our website a form where you can provide feedback to the Commission. We'll receive it in real time. It will be posted to our website as soon as you submit it. So if you're looking to weigh in on this discussion, please feel free to do so that way. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another hand? No. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I think to sort of piggyback on what you said, Commissioner Sadwani, it does seem like that 210 corridor is so expansive. And we've received, although not to the same extent as the far north, but I remember listening to numerous inputs stating that the seat of government is so far away from the outskirts of each given district. So I would think, and I know it might be at the expense of splitting a city, maybe to an extent, but I would think that we should look a little further south on that 210 corridor, maybe expanding south as opposed to it expanding east to west. It might sort of reduce the expanse of that neighborhood. And I think it still would keep those VRA considerations intact. Those communities have some of the same populations of people. And I think it solves the same issue without having the expanse of that 210 corridor. And to Commissioner Vasquez's point, and I'm glad that she named it, because every time I saw East LA on one of those iterations, it just seemed to fit funny. It's the uniqueness of East LA, the characteristic of East LA and Boyle Heights is almost working against itself. But I think that, again, that might be an instance where we look south too as opposed to north, and that there's some commonalities in Commerce and Vernon that speak to East LA. Not that all these places don't have similarities and communities of interest shared, but it might be advantageous and more appropriate to look to those cities just south of East LA. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Taylor, and I am liking this conversation. What I would like to make sure, I'm sorry to California for my cat in the background. I want to make sure that Lincoln Heights in particular, but probably even LA 32 Neighborhood Council also doesn't get left out. It's probably also sort of on its way to gentrifying, but at least right now, I still feel like that those two communities are closer in likeness to East LA and Boyle Heights than, their neighbors of Glassell Park and Eagle Rock, et cetera. So I would also, especially as we're starting to make decisions about where exactly these lines go, I don't want to sort of orphan those two areas to a district that's largely not like them. So just thinking as we create these visualizations, hoping not to leave those two out of conversations about East LA as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Taylor, did you have another comment? No. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarifying question for Commissioner Vasquez. You mentioned two neighborhoods, but you had spoken of three, including Boyle Heights. So just wanted to get your thoughts on the three and plus East LA and how we might best deal with those.
Yeah, it's exactly where the marker is circling around. So it's really like LA 32, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, East LA. For me, sort of they're together-ish. And so just for me, yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't orphan any sort of one of those to a community that's not very much like them.
Additional comments from commissioners? Excuse me, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess I'll just comment on what Commissioner Vasquez just said. I do agree in terms of Lincoln Heights and LA 32 Neighborhood Council. I do see, at least in terms of my understanding of just kind of like how the folks who live in those communities, I think there's East LA is kind of like in this kind of funny place. It's kind of like partly LA, but it's also kind of partly outside of LA too, depending on what part of East LA you're kind of traveling through. I do see the LA 32 Neighborhood Council, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and the historical core being more aligned together with each other. And I guess that would include the historical cultural north. So it includes, the broad swath of downtown LA, as well as some of the other, cultural historical neighborhoods of LA. East LA, is kind of in an interesting place. It kind of straddles the city of LA, but it also kind of straddles again, it's kind of that middle place between the city of LA and the San Gabriel Valley. So it's kind of like proximity to Monterey Park and its proximity to Montebello. It's kind of, it kind of plays an interesting place. Some would say, yeah, as you go to more the south part, in terms of its proximity to commerce, but I think it just complicates what we're talking about, but I just wanted to make that comment about East LA.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think I agree with you. And I would, again, this is just going to be a really complicated part of Los Angeles to redistrict, because sort of as you're talking, I can see the sort of association that you made with LA 32, Lincoln Heights, and the historic cultural center. And so, like, how do we make sure that those folks then can stay together and aren't, their political power isn't diluted with, again, more upper middle income, upper income areas of LA that are its neighbors. So yes, agree. Again, I wanted this conversation and I hope this is okay. And thank you to the rest of the commission for indulging me, because this is just, it's going to be really complicated. So I appreciate us uplifting all of the complications.
Thank you so much for this conversation. I think as we're seeing, the LA is a complex place. I think we're going to get additional VRA analysis throughout these regions as well. I think with that, I'd like to move on, and I believe Jamie is going to load up the Senate plans for us to review.
Yes, that's right.
Jamie?
One moment, please.
No problem. And then just process-wise, I don't know if Jamie or Karin wants to answer. Will we take a similar process, take a review of VRA areas and all districts and ask only clarifying questions and then go to...
Yes, please.
To direction. Very good. Clarifying questions only. Thank you. And just as a reminder, we're going to be taking a break at 6:15.
So first, looking at this Senate-sized visualization, it looks like this is Senate Visualizations A, page 3. This includes Alhambra, Monterey Park, Montebello, Pico Rivera, Rose Hills, much of Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, west part of the City of Industry, West Covina, Charter Oak, Azusa, Baldwin Park area, and Almonte, Rosemead, everything in between those areas. And this represents a percent deviation of 0.24%.
Latino CVAP here is 56.1%, Black CVAP 2.26%, Asian CVAP 28.44%, Indigenous 0.28%, and White CVAP 12.19%. And Mr. Becker, the current Senate district lines are on the page.
Thanks. Yeah, we don't have the racially polarized voting for the Senate races is still being run, so I don't have analysis on jingles 2 or 3. Clearly, this meets jingles 1, so we're going to be taking a close look at the elections in this area and reporting back.
Thank you. Next, looking at the visualization called Gateway. Page 8 of B. The one called Gateway, which is page, it's listed in both. I don't know. A. I think it is A. No, B. Wait, can you go to page 8? This is A. Page 8? A. Okay. All right, page 8A. This includes Whittier, South Whittier, East Whittier, La Mirada, Cerritos, Artesia, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Bellflower, Paramount, Downey, Bell Gardens, Vernon, Huntington Park, Commerce areas. And this is a percent deviation of negative 3.51%.
And the Latino CVAP here is 60.63%, Black CVAP 5.54%, Asian CVAP 12.74%, Indigenous 0.40%, and White CVAP 19.79%.
And similar to the last one, Jingles 1 is clearly met, over 60% Latino CVAP. This is an area we have seen in the assembly districts, racially polarized voting. So we'll take a close look at the state senate elections and confirm that we're seeing that for Jingles 2 and 3.
Thank you. Next. Page 6 of A, the central LA area. Yeah, includes Inglewood, Lenox, Hawthorne, Delaware, Lawndale, Gardena, Compton, Linwood, Southgate, Florence, Watts, Empowerment, Congress, Southeast, Westmont, West Athens area, and this represents a percent deviation of 4.8%.
Latino CVAP here is 55.37%, Black CVAP 32.83%, Asian CVAP 4.35%, Indigenous CVAP 0.24%, and White CVAP 5.92%.
This is an area similar to what we're looking at with the assembly districts, where we've got, it's very heavily Latino and Black together. There has been significant, in assembly races, we're still going to look at the Senate races, there's been significant cohesion between those groups. So we'll take a look and see if we're seeing that. But at a minimum, we certainly seem to have Jingles 1 met here with regard to Latinos alone. And we'll take a look at the voting patterns in the state Senate races.
And next, this is page 7 of A. Okay. And this is called SD East LA. It includes Mid-City, West Adams, Zapata King, Historic South Central, Downtown, Boyle Heights, East LA, LA 32, all of these areas, Echo Park, etc. And this is a percent deviation of 1.55%.
Latino CVAP here is 58.54%, Black CVAP 15.62%, Asian CVAP 11.33%, Indigenous CVAP 0.35%, and White CVAP 13.24%.
I'm sorry, Karen, I missed that. What's Latino CVAP in this visualization?
Apologies, it was 58.54%.
Okay. So similar to what we said with the other districts, clearly Jingles 1 is met. We'll look at the state Senate districts to see if we're seeing racially polarized voting. This is an area where racially polarized voting in the assembly districts has not been as stark as other places, but that, we'll look at what's called the endogenous elections, which are state Senate elections, are going to be the most relevant here. So we'll take a look at those and report back. But clearly, you can make a district that is majority Latino here.
And that concludes the Senate districts that where Jingles 1 was met.
Thank you. So now I'm just going to kind of go through the rest of the visualizations for SDA. I'm going to start in the Long Beach area. This includes Cypress, Los Alamitos, Rossmore. This is page 1 of A, including all of Long Beach and Signal Hill, Carson, West Carson, Harbor Gateway, San Pedro, and Palos Verdes and Lomita. Next, moving to called LA Shoreline. This is page 5 of A. Includes basically from Torrance, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, View Park, Culver City, Pico, including Beverly Hills, Westwood, Palisades, Santa Monica. And the deviation of this is 4.9%.
Latino CVAP 14.57%, Black CVAP 11.98%, Asian CVAP 15.16%, Indigenous CVAP 0.45%, and White CVAP 56.57%.
Okay, then moving to the west, San Fernando Valley, Ventura, Malibu area. This is page 4 of A, and it includes, again, Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Agora Hills, Westlake Village. This boundary here is Mulholland, and following mostly 405, to a large extent following the 405. And then it includes Santa Susana, Simi Valley, Bell Canyon, Oak Park, Thousand Oaks, Casa Conejo in Ventura County. And this is a percent deviation of 4%. 4.79%, the labels.
Latino CVAP here is 22.25%, Black CVAP 4.33%, Asian CVAP 12.53%, Indigenous 0.46%, White CVAP 59.79%.
Thank you. And then moving to a little east to this area, which includes parts of San Fernando Valley with parts of City of Los Angeles. So this is this visualization includes North Hollywood area, Studio City, Sherman Oaks, Bel Air, West Hollywood, Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, Silver Lake. These areas here, it's on page 9 of A, and represents a percent deviation of 5.06%. This is not on page 9. This is page 2 of A. Is that right? Yes, page 2 of A.
Latino CVAP here is 27.18%, Black CVAP 6.78%, Asian CVAP 14.40%, Indigenous CVAP 0.38%, and White CVAP 50.24%.
Okay, and following what we did or the order we went in for assembly, this is now looking at the 210 corridor visualization, which is page 10 of visualization A. It includes all of Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, South Pasadena, San Marino, San Gabriel, Altadena, moving east to Duarte, and then all of Glendora, San Dimas, Claremont, and parts of Angeles National Forest. This is a percent deviation of 4.73%.
Latino CVAP here is 23.76%, Black CVAP 5.12%, Asian CVAP 21.67%, Indigenous 0.44%, and White CVAP 48.04%.
Thank you. And moving to basically North LA County, this is page 9 of visualization A. and includes, I'll zoom into this area of San Fernando Valley. It's includes Pacoima, Mission Hill, Silmar, City of San Fernando, and then Santa Clarita Valley, Antelope Valley, and ends at the LA County border. And those are the visualizations in SDA. Oh, and I keep forgetting this part. It's a 4.74% deviation.
Latino CVAP is 43.46%, Black CVAP 8.89%, Asian CVAP 7.57%, Indigenous CVAP 0.80%, and White CVAP 38.53%.
And those are the visualizations that we have for SDA. And now I'm going to move on to SDB. And the areas that we really collaborated with VRA Council, or excuse me, VRA team on are the same. They're identical in this visualization. And so if it's okay, I'll go through all of the other ones since we just reviewed those 4 that we looked at together with Mr. Becker in the very beginning. So this one is, oh, now I get it. That's right. Okay, so for this one, got it. The Long Beach Harbor and LA Harbor area is page 2 of B. And it includes, again, Cypress, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, all of Long Beach, Signal Hill, Carson, Harbor Gateway South, and includes Torrance, and San Pedro does not include Palos Verdes. That's the difference there. And the percent deviation of this visualization is 3.16%.
Latino CVAP is 31.79%, Black CVAP 12.57%, Asian CVAP 18.59%, Indigenous CVAP 0.62%, White CVAP 34.47%.
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, is next time you do one of these visualizations where it's Long Beach plus these islands, I mean, the islands are huge, and we can't see any of the detail on the areas that we should be looking at. I mean, I would never have guessed that it included like Cypress, and I forgot where some of the other cities that you included. And I think it's hard to just give any kind of guidance without seeing at least a little bit more detail. So I don't know if there's a better way. I mean, is it because of the PDF? But there's a number of these visualizations where it's just like a big old mass, but no clue as to what's included. And so I don't feel like we could give like really adequate guidance or direction on it.
Thank you for that.
May I please respond to that? Commissioner Akutagawa, we post 24 hours in advance, and we basically had less than a week to develop all of these visualizations. Making these PDFs takes well over a day, and we had significant technical problems here, which basically meant that nobody was sleeping, and people are actually right now still PDFing for some of these. So we will absolutely try to get you better visualizations so that you can see more, but we're just really squeezed for time this particular week. I just wanted to let you know that was not on purpose.
No, and I appreciate what you all are doing. I think it's just, I guess it is a little frustrating not being able to see it and then wait for you to show us. So, we just want to work with you to be able to give you the best direction so that, we're being as efficient and as thoughtful as possible. But I do understand and I appreciate what your team is doing.
Yeah, I do also wonder if it would be possible to get a PDF of the full region to see where all of those lines kind of generally fall. I know that would be helpful for me and maybe an alternative for us to think about. Thank you so much. But we can continue on.
Yeah, we can definitely do that moving forward. And for some of these, the regions and the state, it's so geographically diverse that it might look different for different regions, right? Like for LA, I would maybe even suggest doing like 4 because they're so small, small area-wise compared to some of the more rural parts of California. So yeah, we can definitely do that moving forward. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you so much.
I am going to move on to this Los Angeles Bay area. Tough to name all of these districts as well. This is page 5B. And basically this visualization goes from Palos Verdes, includes Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Westchester, Marina del Rey, Venice, Santa Monica, including View Park, West Side Neighborhood Council, Westwood Neighborhood Council, Bel Air, and Palisades. This represents a percent deviation of negative 5.36%.
Latino CVAP here is 13.75%. Black CVAP is 11.99%. Asian CVAP is 13.74%. Indigenous CVAP is 0.44%. And white CVAP is 58.95%.
Thank you. And in this, for this visualization, Malibu would, I think Tamina will present on this. Malibu will be with Central Coast, and I think it would essentially be with all of Ventura County, and that is driven by the visualization request to have just Bell Canyon as part, with parts of San Fernando Valley. So this is Bell Canyon and Hidden Hills with this area of San Fernando Valley, including West Hills, Tarzana, Encinitos, Encino, Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Valley Village, NoHo, moving up 5, and this is 405 and includes Reseda, et cetera. This is on page 3 of visualizations B, and the percent deviation is 2.42%.
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment? No?
Just to let you know what the Latino CVAP here is, or the general CVAP in this visualizations. Latino CVAP is 32.59%, Black CVAP is 5.84%, Asian CVAP is 11.20%, Indigenous CVAP is 0.35%, and white CVAP is 49.37%.
Thank you so much. It's 6 p.m. We're up against a break. Do we have a sense of how many more districts we have to review?
I think we have 4.
Why don't we take a pause here? We'll take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll finish those last 4 and move into discussion. Thanks, everybody. 15 minutes. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission as we continue our discussion of Los Angeles County. We left off with our review of visualizations for potential Senate district ideas. Karen and Jamie, I will hand it back to you. I think we had 4 Senate districts to continue to review.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Chair Sadwani. And again, just to remind everyone, we are looking at the handouts that are posted on wedrawthelines.ca.org under 10_13_21_ handouts. And we are currently on LA County State Senate Visualizations B. And we have, I believe, 4 Senate district-sized areas left to review, and we're going to,
Yeah, the Hollywood, this visualization includes Hollywood Hills, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. It's on page 1 of B. Wilshire Center, or Greater Wilshire, Koreatown, Silver Lake, Glassell Park, Eagle Rock, Glendale, Burbank. These areas, this represents a population deviation of negative 6.56%.
Latino CVAP here is 21.27%. Black CVAP is 6.09%, Asian CVAP 16.93%, Indigenous CVAP 0.46%, and white CVAP 54.14%.
Thank you. And now looking at the 210 corridor. This is page 10 of B. This, on the eastern end of 210 corridor, includes Claremont, San Dimas, Glendora, moving west, Monrovia, Arcadia, Pasadena, San Gabriel, and all the way up through San Fernando Valley to where 210 and 5 meet. This represents a population deviation of negative 1.93%. And includes, of course, the Angeles National Forest area to the north.
This visualization has a Latino CVAP of 34.06%, Black CVAP of 5.64%, Asian CVAP of 19.95%, Indigenous 0.45%, and white CVAP 38.94%.
And I think this is the last visualization for this set. It's Antelope Valley plus Santa Clarita Valley and northwestern San Fernando Valley. This is on page 9 of visualizations B. I'm going to zoom out because this also includes in Kern County, Bear Valley Springs, Tehachapi, California City, Edwards Air Force Base, Mojave, Rosamond area.
The deviation here is 0.37%, Latino CVAP 31.67%, Black CVAP 9.82%, Asian CVAP 9.94%, Indigenous CVAP 0.86%, and white CVAP 46.86%.
Yep, and those are the Senate district visualizations A and B.
So again, if you'd like to go through the same process and just one moment.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Jamie. I see a number of hands. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, just on the Senate District visualizations, the A, page 9 on the A visualizations. If you can bring that up.
One moment, please.
Thank you.
This is it.
Page 9 of the A.
Just North LA County, the northern LA County?
Yeah, northern LA County. I'm just curious, I just want to make sure that any potential demographic that may, or coalition demographic that could potentially be covered under, that we're not missing a demographic that may need to be protected here, given the numbers for there's potentially, if this was drawn slightly different, or, so I just want to make sure that if we looked at it, the whole area, to make sure that we're not missing a demographic here, given that the numbers are close. It's, if, by my looks at it, 43% Latino, 8% African American, potentially coalition, especially if the district were, if we looked at it a little slightly different. So just looking at various variations of it to see if there aren't any populations that need protection. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. Thank you to our line drawers for all these visualizations. Had a question about nesting. Of course, that's number 6 in our ranked criteria. And just wondering how much of that you were able to do here, and how, not looking to find out, not pushing it one way or another, just wondering how it went as you drew these Senate districts and compared them to the Assembly districts you had drawn over in the same areas.
The answer is we haven't looked at nesting. We're trying to, at this point, again, we're really at very big picture. And in particular, considering that we don't have all of the data in for VRA, and this is, again, it's an iterative process. I think for us, it's been a challenge to put some visualizations together that respect your direction, that respect the criteria as much as possible, and also incorporate that. So nesting has just really not been on the agenda at this point.
And that's fine. Just wanted to know. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm just going to go back to what Commissioner Toledo mentioned, because I did want to bring that up as well in terms of the North LA County district, Senate district visualization from A. Mr. Becker, you had noted earlier in the meeting that if we wanted to look at possible coalition districts, that we could give that direction to you. I guess my question at this point is, I know I mentioned it last week, that I wanted to make sure we looked at that, and I still want to look at that as well, but I guess I need more direction from you in terms of what direction you need from us. I mean, do you need it for each specific district, or just can I give you a general throughout the whole state? I would like this analysis to be done in terms of possible coalitions throughout all of California to make sure that we capture that information.
So we are looking at this throughout California no matter what, but it's always good if you reinforce particular areas you'd like us to look at. So I don't think it's an or, it's an and. I'll also point out that with regard to, there are going to be areas where you can barely get to 50% even as a coalition, but you can't draw a district in which that coalition can consistently have an opportunity to elect its candidates of choice because the percentages aren't high enough. And so you might have areas where VRA protection might be theoretically possible, but practically not possible. And those are things, this is one of those areas, especially where, I mean, your best case scenario, you're probably barely going to get over 50% here. And we haven't looked at the Senate district elections here. So I'm not sure what we'll find in terms of racially polarized voting, but something to keep in mind there's, when you have, especially with minority groups where there's strong racially polarized voting, it might be not particularly possible to draw a VRA remedial district. But it's absolutely something we can look at.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. And I know that it didn't, maybe in this district that we both brought up, but definitely in some of the assembly districts that we looked at, there could be a higher probability for that possible coalition because it is a lower number that we're trying to get to. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Yee, did you have another comment?
No, I did not, sorry.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could just maybe zoom in a little bit more on that southern part of this visualization. Just curious what cities those are. That it looks like it's along the southernmost.
In San Fernando Valley, or
in that San Fernando Valley area.
Sure.
I'm just
So
curious
it's Somar, San Fernando, Mission Hills, Pacoima, part of Sun Valley, Sunland Tahunga.
Okay. And then could you also scroll up north? I think I'm just trying to understand the CVAP numbers too, and I was just curious what was to the south. And then I
And
just
then
want to see the other, yeah, if you could just scroll through the whole district. I was kind of just curious as to the cities. Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you. That was helpful.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. On, I just want, it just popped out on me that in one of the visualizations, we had separated Simi Valley and Moore Park. And that is one thing we've heard over and over again, is keeping Simi Valley and Moore Park together. And that might be more granular than we're supposed to be telling you now, so I apologize. I think on the west side, and I don't know which one of the two, the west side LA, I think I would, Torrance is cut in half in one of them, I believe. And maybe I was wrong. And maybe I was just looking at that.
Yeah, Torrance is whole in both visualizations.
But in this one right here, it is cut because Torrance goes all the way to the beach.
You're right. Yes. Pardon me.
And, you know, and that happens often, that people cut off the beach side from the rest of Torrance. But ideally, Torrance would, it's hard because Torrance Beach is a tiny little piece of Torrance, but if we can keep Torrance together, that would be great for that west side. I was also looking at, you know, if we can include Malibu, think about going to the north to capture Malibu on this one like we did with the Assembly. And I believe this one was a little over. And so the question was, can we use, go closer to the 405 for the, does that help us get us closer to the numbers that we need? And that might be, and then I was looking at the,
I'm sorry.
Could I
just ask a clarifying question?
Please do.
In general, so I've heard feedback like move Malibu maybe with Palisades or West Side areas for a couple different visualizations. Does that include then like all of Topanga, all of Calabasas?
No, just
Malibu,
because Malibu is
and part of Topanga because it also
because is Topanga, Malibu is considered LA. Is Topanga considered LA?
Yes, yeah, they're both in LA County. Yeah,
Oh, that is all LA. I gotcha now. I see why you're asking. Yeah, that's a good question. I'll leave that one to Commissioner Sadwani to answer. Sorry, I was just putting that on you because
Wow.
Let's play with it and see how it works and how we need it for numbers. And then on the 210 corridor, the way it's set up now, it's at 25. I was just curious if there was a way to expand it in any direction to capture either more Latino or more Asian voter. I mean, right now, or to look to see if that's a coalition group district. But I thought these to me made more sense, but maybe because you've already trained us on the Assembly. Thank you.
Anyone else looking to weigh in? Oh, yeah, Karen, you want to jump in?
Yeah, if I may, could I just ask if anyone perhaps has a preference for either version A or B, or would you like to see them maybe on top of each other, or is there anything that sticks out just to kind of move us to the big picture again one more time so we have something to work off of?
Can you put them on top of each other?
Can do.
Please.
Yeah, I can do, just gonna give me 1 second so I can make them 2 different colors so it's easy to tell the difference. So just give me 1 second, please. Okay, so version A is going to keep having the black outline and the black boxes around the labels, and version B is red. So again, a lot of similarities here in this area that the hand is circling, and then differences throughout the rest of the map. And I'll zoom out first to get sort of a big picture idea of some of the differences, then zoom back in to sort of cruise around.
The red is B and the black is A, right?
That's correct, yeah.
If you don't have a preference, by the way, if I just may offer this, if there's no general preference, we could continue to work with VRA Council and continue to incorporate the feedback that we received today and just try to improve upon these maps per the direction that we've received.
I would say I like the red one better. I'm not going to even guess on numbers at this point. And part of it, I'm looking at the west side of the map, and I like that part better. How it's representing that part, but I didn't look as much on the inside part, so others may have other input.
Okay. Thank you for that. I see a number of hands, so let's move to some other folks. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, on this map, if you're asking us to make I guess a choice or a preference, Karen, I'm going to say that without being able to, again, see the details at the top, I'm not sure, does that include Beverly Hills and, does it cut off at Malibu, or is that including Malibu? I guess that's one question. But just in general, I think I do like, or my preference is for B, map B, because it goes down to Rancho Palos Verdes, and it includes the area that I think should be included as part of the South Bay. That area should not be included with Long Beach or the harbor gateway cities that want to go north. I think PV is the cutoff. However, I guess the questions that I have to do with those communities that are it looks like to the east, it says View Park, Windsor Hills, but again, does that include like some of those communities like Pico and some of those other ones? Because again, this is a very different kind of community than some of those other communities. One of the things I did not like about map A is the fact that, you have Beverly Hills and Santa Monica. I'm not really thrilled that Torrance is cut in half. I think it should go down further. I am curious, again, I'm looking at on the version A and this is on page 5, it'll say Culver City, and again, there's like these unnamed cities, which I assume are some of those neighborhood councils, and if I recall, I'm just trying to recall what those neighborhood councils are, but again, I think it's kind of reminds me of that Pico example where you have that lone, lone community that is very different from the rest of the communities, and and at that point, does it make more sense to go further north and further south to capture, some of the population that might be needed? But this one already is at 4.9% deviation. So if you remove some areas, then it might not be that bad. I mean, it'll bring it down closer to a 0% deviation. But on that note, I do kind of like B better.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yep, I also had a pretty strong gut reaction preference for B. There are clearly areas that we're going to want to work on, but I think conceptually, I definitely prefer B to A. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I kept putting my hand up and down for this same, looking at number 5, and I wonder if I like B, and I'm wondering if B, if there was a way that we can include all of Torrance, what would it do to the CVAP numbers? Because we were talking a bit about trying to discern where there are opportunities for coalition districts, and I think as it's currently drawn, knowing that it is a little bit over the count that we need, I think we're at about a 41, 42% or so CVAP, but I wonder, in including Torrance, what does that do to the CVAP numbers? And then for someone that's a little bit more familiar with the territory can see if that means perhaps losing Beverly Hills or what would make sense on the other end. But I would just love to see what it would look like to include the whole of Torrance.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I'll just note also, if I'm reading this correctly, on our website, we have about 170 comments that have come in. So commissioners, please do keep an eye on that as we move along. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all that are coming along this visualization with us and commenting. I do like B, and I like it kind of for a different reason. I like going, I know early on we tried to decide, are we going to cross county boundaries, city boundaries, and as we can see, we're going to have to cross county boundaries, especially in some of the bigger counties where you've got some communities that are further away from the populace and from the central of the county and all of the population, that they will have more in common with their neighbors, and it could be their neighbors to the neighboring county. And also, numbers person, finance and admin subcommittee. B has the overall deviation of 4.82 and A has a positive 23. So that's right where we would want to be. And I just, again, want to reiterate that we're going to have to cross those counties and unfortunately sometimes break up some of those cities as well, because as we saw in the assembly districts, they were well over and under some of the deviations that we were looking at. And I just want to make sure, and yes, I do want to continue to work with the VRA because that will definitely change what some of these current visualizations look like. But thank you so much for bringing this forward and for sharing the information and explaining it to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. So I feel like I'm in an optometry visit where you're choosing A or B, right? A or B, which one's better? And sometimes C is better, right? It's A, B, and then but ultimately it's an iterative process until you get to the right ability to see clearly. And so I guess I know that you created these maps with the input that we gave you over the last couple of weeks and with the input from VRA Council and VRA consultants. And I'm wondering, as I'm looking at B and A, because I'm a patterns type of person, I'm looking at the patterns, right? I'm wondering if you prioritize certain things in the A maps versus the B maps, or is there some kind of, or from the input that we gave you, is there some kind of strategy, maybe strategy is the wrong word, but some kind of factors that were prioritized in some over the others, and if you could walk us through that, or maybe there isn't, but I'm trying to find a pattern where there is none, but so if you could, and in just high level terms,
Sure. Yeah.
'cause I don't need specifics, but.
Absolutely. So we began with sort of outlining where Jingles 1 could be met with the VRA team. And from there, I started with sort of Long Beach area, just because looking at the whole map, knew that there could sort of be a bubble created if I started somewhere else, where then there would be a whole pocket of population that wouldn't have anywhere to go, wouldn't have any districts to belong to that would meet the population criteria. And then really kind of just began looking at the direction that was given from the visualizations last time. There was differing direction about the same area. So in this case, like, where would Torrance go? We got different feedback about that. Kind of started there, and the differences ripple throughout, of course, trying to keep public input that has been received so far together, like respecting input that has been received so far, respecting requests for visualizations the commission gave last time, and going with that. We heard in San Fernando Valley, for example, last time that there was interest in seeing the boundaries being around 405. So in a lot of visualizations, 405 is sort of a boundary there, and then also heard interest in seeing more like east to west styles of visualizations for this round, in addition to seeing the east to west split but at 405. So sort of trying to implement that type of feedback, and balancing all of the feedback, and again keeping in mind all of your criteria in creating these visualizations for your consideration.
So just to follow up to that, so what I'm hearing, and maybe, and I wanted to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. So where there was conflict, you try to separate the conflict out, when conflict and the mapping or whatever, into the A, separate that out in A or B, so you can reconcile the conflict.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes there was direction that was given last time that just for population and deviation requirements was sort of no-fly zone, or like wouldn't that just the areas and the numbers wouldn't add up. And so sometimes direction or requests were not implementable, and largely they were. Additionally, sometimes, again, there were requests that could perhaps create tension when considering VRA considerations, and again, those also were not implementable for this round.
And my last follow-up question is, since you're the most familiar with all of the data, having delved into so much, is there preference is maybe the wrong word, but maybe is there one set of maps that you think are better than others, or
No.
or what's your thought process on that? Maybe
No.
better is the wrong word too, but that meet the criteria a little bit better than others, maybe.
I think that here you're all discussing merits that you see, and happy to go off of the merits that you see.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, you were talking about being at the optometrist and A or B, and sometimes there's a version C and D and E and F. And actually, I think we're really just looking for another starting point today, something we can work off of to get to version C. And I pretty much bet you, and I think I'm going to win if somebody's going to bet against me, that we're going to get to all these other versions also. Because what Jamie just described is exactly how this works. There's these ripple effects based on a decision point or a particular direction. And some of these things, and this is why I've been saying, let's just really look at just the structure today, because some of these smaller decisions about whether a particular community goes here or there, that is something we can probably implement later. We can do it in live line drawing and so forth. Doing all of these structural changes takes an enormous amount of time, in particular when you're looking at, hundreds of pieces of direction, and then also, VRA guidance and all of that. So it can just change things dramatically. So I didn't mean to in any way imply that you only have these two choices, A or B.
No, and I didn't think that was the case. I was just, because when we're looking at them side by side, sometimes it's easy to think we only have two choices when actually it's going to be an iterative process with a lot of a dynamic process, right? And appreciate for the clarification and the thought process. It really is helpful, especially learning that it started in Long Beach, which makes sense, right? We got a tremendous amount of feedback from Long Beach. Thank you.
It's dynamic, it's iterative, it's innovative, it's all those good things. Any final thoughts on these Senate plans before we move on to congressional plans? And I mean, if we move on now, we might even be done by 8 o'clock. I don't know. Let's see what the future holds. All right. I think if no other comments, we will move forward to the congressional plans.
Okay, thank you. I will begin presenting CDA, VCDA, Visualization CDA. And just like in the Senate visualizations, there's sort of one set of visualizations that we really worked very closely with your VRA team on. So those are consistent for each set of visualizations. And I'm going to start going through those first. This one is on page 4 of 1A. This includes Azusa, Covina, West Covina, western part of City of Industry, La Habra Heights, Whittier, Rose Hills, South El Monte, these areas. And the percent deviation of this visualization is negative 3.14%. And we are coming at you soon with the rest of the breakdown. It's A. Okay. Great.
Okay, so this is page 1 of...
Hey, Karin, I think, I apologize for interrupting.
No,
you.
I'm sorry.
I actually think commissioners might even need a minute or two. Is that correct? To get our pages in order? Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez.
If you can, Jamie, once you bring it up and you're can you give us like a minute to find it? Because I realize some are looking on the computer and some of us have hard copies, so we're trying to find it. So just a few seconds
I'm
would be
wondering
great.
if we just want to take maybe 2 to 3 minutes really quickly and let everybody get their bearings on documents.
Yeah, and maybe the public also. So this is, we've now moved on to wedrawthelineca.org/10_13_21_handouts. And we are looking at LA County Congressional Visualizations B and LA County Congressional Visualizations B1.
Oh, we're on B?
I got them wrong, I'm sorry. A and A1.
There's no A1 for Senate District?
For congressional. Does this make any sense to you?
And they're both Plan A, but they're just a continuation.
Could we break just for 5 minutes and we can get ourselves together here? 8 minutes? Okay, we could do that. Thanks, everybody. All right, welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission and our review of visualizations for Los Angeles County. We just took a short break just so that we could get our bearings on all of the paperwork and districts to examine congressional plans. And I will turn it back over to Karen and Jamie to lead us through that.
Yes, thank you so much. Apologies, I managed to confuse everybody right before we went on break. So we are actually looking at congressional visualizations A and A1. So those are two files that were separated. So it's one file actually. So it's one big visualization consisting of multiple congressional-sized visualizations that were just separated into two files because of file size constraints. So with that, I think we are going first to page 4 of A1, please.
Yes, and this visualization includes El Monte, South El Monte, Rose Hills, Whittier, La Habra Heights, Hacienda Heights, western part of City of Industry, Covina and West Covina, Azusa, Irwindale, and such areas. This represents a percent deviation of negative 3.14%.
Latino CVAP here is 59.97%, Black CVAP 2.5%, Asian CVAP 20.52%, Indigenous CVAP 0.28%, and White CVAP 15.91%.
And as with the Senate districts, we'll just note this is very clearly a district that complies with the first jingles precondition with regard to the Latino population, close to 60%. We have not run, or we're still getting data on racially polarized voting in congressional races as well as Senate races in this area, but we have seen racially polarized voting in existence in the assembly races, so it's very likely that would be present here. And I'll just remind everyone as we look at congressional district races, deviation is going to be a larger concern here because we have to try to get as close to actual equal population as is reasonably practicable. So just keep that in mind. It's likely to result in more splits than otherwise because to get that level of equal population is just going to require a lot more precision at the census block level. So keep that in mind as we're looking at this, but these are all very good starting points.
Thank you. And next, looking at page 4 of A, and this is sort of in the Gateway Cities area, consisting of La Mirada, East Whittier, South Whittier, West Whittier, Pico Rivera, Downey, Paramount, Bellflower, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Artesia Cerritos, Norwalk areas, and this represents a percent deviation of negative 2.84%.
Latino CVAP here is 56.8%, Black CVAP 6.35%, Asian CVAP 15.02%, Indigenous CVAP 0.38%, and White CVAP 20.46%.
And ditto. If anyone needs more explanation, it's exactly the same as the previous explanation. We have jingles 1 here. We're still looking at jingles 2 and 3, and just keep an eye on deviation.
Thank you. And next, this visualization is on page 2 of A and includes Carson, West Carson, Harbor Gateway areas, Gardena, Compton, Linwood, Watts, Southgate, Bell Gardens, and is a percent deviation of negative 3.29%.
Latino CVAP in this visualization is 58.30%, Black CVAP 23.77%, Asian CVAP 9.76%, Indigenous CVAP 0.25%, White CVAP 6.39%.
And the only difference here is that we've seen somewhat more crossover by the non-minority populations. So we'll get better data, more data on the racially polarized voting here to assess this. But clearly, the first jingles precondition is met.
Next, moving to Central LA. This is page 2 of A1. And this includes Empowerment Congress Southeast, Florence, Firestone, Huntington Park, Historic South Central, Zapata King, and then some neighborhood council areas along the 10, including Pico Union, Mid-City, West Adams, also including Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Council. This represents a percent deviation of negative 2.57%.
Latino CVAP here is 57.5%, Black CVAP 30.63%, Asian CVAP 4.52%, Indigenous CVAP 0.16%, and White CVAP 6.27%.
And similar to the previous district, there's been significant crossovers. You can tell this is a very heavily diverse but overwhelmingly minority district. So we'll take a close look at it from a racially polarized voting perspective. Certainly, Jingles 1 is met with regard to the Latino population.
And lastly, before we move on to the rest of the visualizations, looking at east of LA, this is visualization A, page 7. This visualization includes Vernon, Commerce, Montebello, South San Gabriel, Rosemead, East San Gabriel, Alhambra, LA 32, Lincoln Heights, and Boyle Heights areas. And this is a percent deviation of negative 3.42%.
Latino CVAP here is 58.03%, Black CVAP 1.75%, Asian CVAP 28.75%, Indigenous CVAP 0.33%, White CVAP 10.43%.
And as with the first couple of districts, this is clearly Jingles 1 is satisfied with regard to the Latino population. This is an area that, at least in assembly races, we have seen more pronounced racially polarized voting, likely to satisfy Jingles 2 and 3. We'll look at the congressional, the endogenous races to see if we confirm that.
That was the last area where Jingles 1 applied in this particular set of visualizations. And we're now moving on to page 3 in visualization A, please.
This visualization includes Los Alamitos and Rossmore, plus Long Beach, Signal Hill, Wilmington, San Pedro area, including Palos Verdes. And
could you just repeat the page number one more time? A1.
A1. Number, page 3 of A1. And again, this is Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Signal Hill and Long Beach, Wilmington, San Pedro, and Palos Verdes areas. This includes a percent deviation of negative 0.49%.
It looks like Commissioner Kutagawa has a question here.
Yeah, actually, I had a question on the previous map. And this is actually more for Mr. Becker. You mentioned about the jingles conditions. I am curious, and this is going to be similar to that earlier question that I asked about Cerritos. You have essentially portions of what would be, at least from an assembly district, an Asian VRA district, and then you also have portions that are likely to be a Latino district. Again, how is this going to be balanced out? Because the way I see this, I mean, one, I think some of these cities, again, don't necessarily share commonalities in terms of both interests and you know, just kind of other issues. Also, if you go further, a little bit further east and maybe, you know, pick up a couple other cities to the north, like Arcadia, and then maybe even San Marino, I mean, is it possible to create an Asian VRA congressional district that satisfies the jingles conditions?
So first of all, the first jingles precondition is where we're going to start. And I don't know that we have been able to find a way to draw a district that where Asians can form up 50% or more of the district itself. If you have some instructions or suggestions, we can try to look at it a little more, and that might be the beginning of what you just suggested. If we can't find a jingles 1 precondition, then there's no point in looking at the second and third jingles preconditions. The Latino community here definitely satisfies jingles 1 in most of these areas. So, Jamie, is it 4 or 5 districts in which the Latino community satisfies jingles 1? 5, I think.
Yes.
Okay. If we can't meet jingles 1 with the Asian community, then the Voting Rights Act does not apply to drawing a district for Asians specifically. However, if there are communities of interest here that could be combined, the Voting Rights Act would not prevent consideration of those communities of interest.
Yeah, and I think it's likely that, yeah, I think you're right. It could be that it won't meet the jingles. The very first one, it might, I don't know. I mean, part of it is, I think that's why we're doing this, to see, you know, do the population numbers justify it. I know that historically this particular area, and specifically I'm referring to the cities of Alhambra, San Gabriel, Roseme, Monterey Park, and then others going further east, have also formed very distinct coalition districts between Asians and Latinos to elect the first Asian congresswoman. And so I guess I'm just thinking about it in that context. I also want to just say that I think you have like Highland Park and LA 32 Neighborhood Council, as well as what I think is Lincoln Heights. Those are also not typical kind of pairings that would make sense for multiple reasons that we've talked about, I think. And the same goes with Vernon, Maywood, Commerce, very different kind of distinct industries, very distinct kind of other issues. I mentioned, you know, East LA kind of straddles kind of both the city of LA and then going out towards the San Gabriel Valley. Similar to Montebello, I think you have a mix of Asian and Latino communities in there. And then as you go a little bit further eastward, you're going to find that as well too. So maybe it's better to look at it as more of a coalition, a possible coalition district that may have the possibility of enabling an Asian candidate to have a chance of being elected. I think that that's what's happened traditionally in that particular district. And so that's why I wanted to just call that out, because when I first saw this just didn't make any sense at all to me at all. I mean, just in terms of the combination of the cities, it's not one that I would see that as it makes sense.
And I just point out my advice. So we have 5 districts in which Latinos make up, satisfy the first jingles precondition, and several of those, at least, it's highly likely the second and third jingles preconditions are going to apply, if not all of them. A coalition district might be possible and it could be looked at, but if it takes population away from one of those districts and it's lost, that could violate the Voting Rights Act. So it's one. I'm not saying for sure it would, but we'd have to. If it's a choice between accommodating those minority groups that are clearly by themselves satisfying Jingles 1 as well as 2 and 3 in the totality of the circumstances, or building a coalition district for a minority that does not meet Jingles 1, I'd advise you give preference to the former.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm also, though, wondering, as we looked at some of the other numbers, if you go, in terms of looking at the entirety of, let's say, including the city of LA, does that satisfy Jingles 1, 2, and 3? And so
yeah,
does...
that's absolutely something we can look at. And certainly if you want to give instructions to the line drawers to see what they can do with regard, I think that's a very good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very least, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, I think it would be good to see both. And I also want to honor the communities of interest inputs that we've also gotten as well, too. And I think, also in terms of thinking about where there are commonalities amongst the communities so that we ensure that communities also then have, that opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice, too, so. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Jamie, we can continue on. Oh, was there something else? I think, Jamie, we can continue on.
So when we last left off, we were looking at page 3 of A1. This visualization includes Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Long Beach, Signal Hill, Wilmington, San Pedro, Lomita, and Palos Verdes areas. This is a percent deviation of negative 0.45%.
And Latino CVAP here is 32.97%, Black CVAP 11.45%, Asian CVAP 14.32%, Indigenous CVAP 0.64%, and White CVAP 39.01%.
Now moving to South Bay, LAX area. This is page 6 of A1. This includes Torrance, Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Lawndale, Hawthorne, Del Air, Lenox, Inglewood, Westmont, Park Mesa Heights, View Park, Windsor Hill, and Westchester. This is a percent deviation of negative 0.98%.
Latino CVAP here is 26.07%, Black CVAP 24.74%, Asian CVAP 12.71%, Indigenous CVAP 0.44%, and White CVAP 34.43%.
Okay, moving to West Side, LA. This is A1. Right, page 1. And this includes Palisades, Santa Monica, Venice, Marina Del Rey, Culver City, Mar Vista, Palms, West Side Neighborhood Council, Westwood Neighborhood Council, South Robertson, Greater Wilshire, Mid-City, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Bel Air. This includes, or rather represents, a percent deviation of negative 2.29%.
And Latino CVAP here is 13.36%, Black CVAP 6.94%, Asian CVAP 13.62%, Indigenous CVAP 0.38%, and White CVAP 64.58%.
Moving to Malibu, Camarillo, San Fernando Valley visualization. This is on A1, page 5. This visualization includes Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, western neighborhoods in San Fernando Valley. In Ventura County, it includes Santa Susana, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Somis, Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, Santa Rosa Valley, Oak Park. This is a percent deviation of negative 1.71%.
Latino CVAP here is 19.14%, Black CVAP 3.12%, Asian CVAP 10.9%, Indigenous CVAP 0.62%, and White CVAP 65.6%.
Moving to the visualization called SFV. This is visualization A, page 5. This includes Granada Hills North, Porter Ranch, North Ridge, Reseda, Tarzana, Encino, Sherman Oaks, North Hollywood, Van Nuys areas. And it's a percent deviation of 3.98%.
Latino CVAP here is 33.32%, Black CVAP 5.97%, Asian CVAP 13.09%, Indigenous CVAP 0.29%, and White CVAP 46.62%.
So next, moving to the visualization, downtown LA, Hollywood, and North LA, City of LA areas. This is visualization A1, page 1. This includes Studio City, Hollywood Hills, Koreatown, downtown, Echo Park, Atwater Village, also including Eagle Rock. Outlining it with the hand now, because the label is covering a lot in there. And this represents a percent deviation of negative 1.9%.
Latino CVAP here is 28.23%, Black CVAP 8.79%, Asian CVAP 19.28%, Indigenous CVAP 0.63%, and White CVAP 41.91%.
Next, moving to 210 corridor. This is page 7 of A1. And this represents, let's see, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Arcadia, Monrovia, Glendora, out to Claremont, and then also for population purposes, including Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Chino Hills. This is negative 2.75% deviation.
Latino CVAP here is 25.41%, Black CVAP 5.04%, Asian CVAP 30.12%, Indigenous CVAP 0.52%, and White CVAP 37.83%.
Moving to the east, San Fernando Valley area. This is visualization A, page 3 on the handout. This is also along 210 from Sylmar through Glendale, Altadena area. This represents a percent deviation of negative 3.73%.
With a Latino CVAP of 37.42%, Black CVAP of 4.79%, Asian CVAP of 11.28%, Indigenous CVAP 0.44%, and White CVAP of 45.37%.
And moving to the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley areas, this does not include any of City of Los Angeles, so none of San Fernando Valley. This is visualization on the handout, A, page 6. This includes again, Santa Clarita Valleys, Antelope Valleys, and goes all the way up through Kern County to China Lake area.
Sorry, what page was this again?
This is A6, and the percent deviation is 4%.
Latino CVAP is 33.49%, Black CVAP 11.07%, Asian CVAP 7.27%, Indigenous CVAP 1.06%, and White CVAP 46.29%.
Would it be possible to zoom in here? The visualization doesn't have any of the
Just one moment.
the cities on it.
Yep, so I'm starting on the northern end. This is Inyo Kern, China Lake, Ridgecrest area. Moving south, this includes California City, Mojave Rosamond, Edwards Air Force Base, the Antelope Valley, Lancaster Palmdale area, Santa Clarita Valley. And that is the Congressional District A visualizations. Going to move on to Congressional District B visualizations. And these, before we even started, I put them in blue. Oh, and the percent deviations are. One moment, please. Got to adjust some of these labels.
While Jamie's doing that, I'll just quickly, a lot of the same considerations will be the same things we discussed last time. So in the interest of time, I will probably just forego saying the same things again. But if anyone has questions, I am here to answer them when the districts come up.
Thank you for that, Mr. Becker. And we acknowledge that it is much later on the East Coast, so we appreciate you sticking with us this evening.
And so, again, we worked with your VRA team for these same sets of districts. So if it's okay with everybody, we're just going to start in the Long Beach area. So this is page B, or visualization B, page 7, the handout. This includes Cypress with this visualization. So it's Cypress, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Long Beach, Signal Hill, and San Pedro areas. Moving to the South Bay area. Oh, don't want to skip that. This is percent deviation of negative 5.56%.
Latino CVAP 34.48%, Black CVAP 12.12%, Asian CVAP 14.09%, Indigenous CVAP 0.65%, and White CVAP 36.90%. And if you'd like to see any zoom-ins here, we realize that there was not much on the page that you got.
Moving on to the South Bay areas visualization. This is page 2 of B1. This includes Palos Verdes, Torrance, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Lawndale, Hawthorne, Westmont, Inglewood. This represents a percent deviation of negative 5.93%.
Latino CVAP is 26.3%, Black CVAP 19.32%, Asian CVAP 15.01%, Indigenous CVAP 0.46%, White CVAP 37.41%.
Next is this West Side area visualization. It's page 6 of B1 on the handout. This includes Santa Monica, Venice, Westchester, Park Mesa Heights, View Park, Culver City, Palms, Westside, Westwood, Bel Air, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills. This is a percent deviation of negative 5.56%.
Latino CVAP 14.2%, Black CVAP 11.41%, Asian CVAP 12.78%, Indigenous CVAP 0.41%, and White CVAP 59.98%.
Next, we're moving on to page 5 of B1, handout B1. This includes Malibu, Westlake Village, Gora Hills, Oak Park, Bell Canyon, Calabasas, Topanga, Palisades, Sherman Oaks, and then uses 405 here as a boundary, and includes West San Fernando Valley areas. I'll zoom in to get a little bit of detail on this. It does include Chatsworth and Granada Hills. And it's a percent deviation of 3.37%.
Oh, again, sorry. This keeps turning up. Latino CVAP 22.73, Black CVAP 5.27, Asian CVAP 12.26, Indigenous CVAP is 0.39, and White CVAP is 58.65.
Next, moving on to the downtown LA, Hollywood areas. This is page 7 of B1. This includes Pico, Mid-City, Hollywood Hills, Atwater area, Glassell Park, Eagle Rock, Echo Park, downtown, Greater Wilshire, Koreatown. This represents a percent deviation of 0.16.
Latino CVAP is 27.15%, Black CVAP is 9.7%, Asian CVAP is 20.55%, Indigenous CVAP 0.58%, and White CVAP 40.79%.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom out and go to the East San Gabriel Valley, some parts of Orange County, and Chino Hills. This is page 3 of handout B for congressional district visualizations. Again, this includes sort of Fullerton, Yorba Linda, Chino Hills, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, San Dimas, Claremont, Glendora, and then parts of Angeles National Forest. This is negative 1.02%.
Latino CVAP here is 27.58%, Black CVAP is 3.08%, Asian CVAP 25.49%, Indigenous CVAP 0.65%, and White CVAP 42.37%.
Moving on to this Northwest San Gabriel Valley visualization. This includes from the handout B, page 1, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Temple City, Arcadia, Duarte, Bradbury, Monrovia, Altadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and areas north of that, and this is negative 0.75%.
Latino CVAP is 20.71%, Black CVAP 6.04%, Asian CVAP 21.58%, Indigenous CVAP 0.37%, and White CVAP 50.32%.
So next is on handout B, page 4. This is sort of East San Fernando Valley areas. It includes Studio City, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Panorama City, Tujunga, Sunland areas, Pacoima, San Fernando, Sylmar. This represents a percent deviation of 4.14%.
With the Latino CVAP of 49.08%, Black CVAP 5.41%, Asian CVAP 8.78%, Indigenous CVAP 0.39%, and White CVAP of 35.69%.
And last but not least, looking at our Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley visualization. This is handout B, page 6. It does include Porter Ranch and Granada Hills North. And again, Santa Clarita Valleys, Antelope Valley, and the boundary here is the county line. This is a percent deviation of 0.08%.
Latino CVAP here is 33.47%, Black CVAP 10.69%, Asian CVAP 9.21%, Indigenous CVAP 0.88%, and White CVAP 44.93%.
And those are visualizations for congressional district size visualizations, A and B. And just as with the other sets of visualizations, would love to hear feedback and direction for moving forward.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioners' responses? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I guess I feel like, I don't know, PICO is just kind of getting moved around and, you know, placed in just all different kinds of, not so random places, but it's just, anyways. I just want to just say, I think we really have to, I really think we have to really look at where is PICO being placed in context of the other cities that are being placed. And I'm just going to point out, this is on visualization A, page 1. But there was another one, it was in one of the B groups. I forgot which one. I was trying to, oh, here it is. It's the one, it's B1, page 7. It's the one that's downtown LA and Hollywood. I was just thinking, it's like, okay, for me, I think it doesn't, I don't know, including like Koreatown and the historic cultural parts of downtown LA with what, again, is a very different kind of part of LA that has little in common, doesn't necessarily make sense. And then I just kind of look to the left and there's Pico again. So it's, I just think that it doesn't, I mean, I know that there's a need to pull population, but I think we need to really think about, you know, just in terms of the makeup of some of these communities, what kind of things do they have in common? What are some of the, you know, the issues that they're facing? I think Pico, Koreatown, Westlake, and the historic cultural neighborhoods, including Echo Park, but Echo Park is gentrifying, and I think, I'm going to guess that probably also includes Lincoln Heights as well as that LA 32 Neighborhood Council, because it's big. I think they would have more in common, but I just don't see, you know, them having a lot in common with the people who are, you know, part of Hollywood Hills particularly, or Silver Lake, or Central Hollywood, even Atwater and Los Feliz. I think we can also look at, in some of these kind of visualizations, perhaps looking at, can we combine maybe, you know, Los Feliz and Eagle Rock, although they may disagree, places like Glendale, Burbank, maybe Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, for Eagle Rock anyways. But I think, you know, there are more similarities, you know, single-family homes, things like that. Many of the people who live in some of these other areas, I would say maybe the ones Pico and in the cultural cores, a lot of them are renters, a lot of them live in like multifamily units. I think we really need to think about where are some of the commonalities for some of the people who live in some of these areas and the issues that they face. So I just wanted to point that out. And I'm sure someone else will bring something else that I could comment on, so I'll
Thank
stop
you.
here.
No problem. Commissioner Kutigawa, I just wanted to confirm, you're talking about PICO, not PICO Union.
Not Pico Union, but it's I know that there's a name for it, but it's the Pico Neighborhood Council, and I think it's like people something community. Anyway, so I just wanted to point it out. It just seems to be punted around all over the place, so.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to B4, that's the CDBEF SFV, the East San Fernando Valley. B4. Visualization B, page 4. Yeah, they're all still congressional right now. Wait, where are you?
Is this?
B.
Oh, okay.
B4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the East San
I'm
Fernando
sorry.
Valley.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, that one. On this one, the Latino CVAP was 49.08, so I'd like to see if we can take a look at that, either coalition or maybe move some of the population or the areas around, the boundaries around to get that to 50% plus, possibly.
Can we just take a closer look at that area? I'm just trying to understand what the visualization only has San Fernando on there, so I just want to take a closer look on the screen of what that incorporates.
Silmar, Pacoima, Foothill Trails District, Sun Valley, Mission Hills, Panorama City, Van Nuys, North Hollywood, Studio City, Valley Village, Greater Valley Glen Council.
Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez, I'm almost wondering if that little piece of Glendale that's up there might might do the trick, but then you'd have to remove something like Studio City. Okay, thank you. Did you have anything additionally? No. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to see if you could put the two maps on top of each other like you did in the past, please.
Also, if I may, if it would be helpful for Jamie to just give you a very brief overview of the major differences in these two maps, we're very happy to do that.
I think that would be
helpful?
very helpful. With that, Commissioner Sinai, with
Okay.
that? Yeah. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to have the lines for A on right now. And some differences here. If we just start kind of looking in the southern end of LA County, is that this visualization, which includes Los Alamitos, Long Beach, etc., includes Palo Verdes Estates as well, or Palos Verdes area. I'm going to turn that off. Turn on B, and here we added Cypress was included, which means that this just goes to Palos Verdes. Kind of causes, because again, there are a lot of VRA consideration areas in LA County. Really, just a small change like that can cause ripples throughout. So additionally, in VDCA, I'm going to keep both of them on so we don't keep switching back and forth. In A, this sort of shoreline district goes from Torrance to Marina del Rey, whereas with version B, it goes from Palos Verdes and then it sort of ends at El Segundo, for example. Additionally, moving towards western LA County, and this was based on some direction that was given in more northern California and the Central Coast in collaboration with the other line drawers. Tamina had communicated to me that there was sort of a line here in one of her visualizations, so these also will complement to some extent, the other visualizations in other regions of Oak Park and Bell Canyon being sort of like a line in terms of population that would work for visualizations that you'll see later in the week, which of course causes really big changes throughout the rest of Los Angeles. Whereas with version A, this includes, Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, and I'm just going to turn B off so you can kind of see some of these ripple effects through San Fernando Valley area versus B, where you can see just a really different configuration as a result. Of course, the sort of 210 area looks pretty different in the different versions. I'm going to turn them on and off again, just in terms of how far out this goes. And Mr. Becker might be able to speak more on this, but there may be VRA considerations in San Bernardino County as well, sort of causing a line there for now. So that's also driving some of these visualizations.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that. I actually haven't seen the visualizations yet for San Bernardino congressional districts, but given population concentrations, that actually is pretty likely.
Was there any more, Jamie?
That sums it up.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Can you remind me, I think it's getting late in the night, blue is A or B?
Blue is B.
Blue is B. Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right, I guess I'll just bring up another one. Jamie, can you just tell me, this is on B1, page 1, and A1, page 4. Are they the same map? I've been trying to see if they're the same or if they're different.
So for the, is this the East San Gabriel Valley area?
Yeah, one says one says SGV and the other one says CDA South SGV. The CVAP numbers are slightly different, but the maps look almost identical. I'm just...
So there's really small, I think this is like one census block group difference. So they're very, very similar, yes. And this is an area that was drawn in collaboration with the VRA team. So that's why they're so similar.
Okay. Okay.
Was that the conclusion of your comment?
No, I mean, I was just kind of curious because, again, I guess yeah, I understand the VRA considerations. I guess where do you, and I don't know if this is maybe a question more for Mr. Becker, like I mean, I know we have to consider the VRA, but I mean, there's different ways in which the VRA can be taken into account. Thinking about the common interests of different communities, and I'm just kind of looking, just eyeballing this. I don't see, like, for example, Azusa, Citrus, Covina, and Irwindale having a lot in common with, like, La Habra Heights and Whittier. And so how do we ensure that there is proper representation? And I would say that also about, and I understand what, Jamie, what you were saying about, the line drawer and the VRA and other things like that. But on the last visualization that I think it was Commissioner Sinai was just asking about in terms of the inclusion of Rancho Palos Verdes with the beach cities to the north along the coast versus like including them with the harbor gateway cities, very, very different, just socioeconomic kind of demographics. And I can't see that that is really going to serve either communities well by putting them into one community because it satisfies other VRA kind of considerations. And I think those are the kind of, I know that's what we have to think about, but I think we need some help in terms of how do we ensure that some of these districts also make sense that we eventually do, where there's going to be commonalities that will meet also the needs of VRA. And I think, I guess I just want to those are like a lot of my comments. There is one other one that I really want to comment on. It is the weirdest looking thing. It looks like an hourglass, and I think you did talk about that, but it is a really odd shape. And what's the city in the middle that kind of connects the two parts of the hourglass together?
Are you talking about this
Yeah.
Orange County overlap area? So that's Walnut.
Is that one? Okay.
Yeah.
It was just such a odd shape, and I was just curious about that particular one. And again, I think we run into the same kind of things that I've been saying. So I think I'll just stop there. Most of my other comments about the maps are related to the same things I've already said. So I'll stop now.
Yeah, no, I would agree with a lot of the comments that you just made. Commissioner Vasquez.
For this, for the Antelope Valley and this set of visualizations, I would really like some additional VRA analysis to look at portions of congressional district visualization that includes parts of San Bernardino County, that Victor Valley area. And excluding I think that's Santa Clarita. In particular, again, knowing how much I do about the Antelope Valley community, particularly the Black and Latino populations, I'd be really, really curious to see if we could get a VRA coalition district by including portions of the Victor Valley into that district, and finding another home for Santa Clarita.
Okay. Commissioner, was that the end of your comments, Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
All right, great. Commissioner Akutagawa, did you have another comment? No. I'm going to go to Commissioner Kennedy next, but before I do so, I just wanted to make one little comment about our schedule here. We worked it out with staff. ASL, unfortunately, is going to need to leave us at 8 o'clock, so I think we'll go back and add the ASL interpretation later, so my apologies for that. But with staff, I think we've decided that it's feasible to go till 8:30 before we need to take another break. Perhaps we could even finish by 8:30. So let's see how this goes. But I wanted to just give that update to everybody. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just flipped back through all of the visualizations, or I think I flipped through all of them. I'm finding it odd that we're looking at LA County and Pomona seems to have been excluded from every single visualization. So I'm wondering if we can see a couple of options that actually includes Pomona with neighboring LA County communities. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just respond to that really quickly. I apologize if I didn't mention this in the beginning. I believe I did that for all of these visualizations, Pomona is not included because of potential VRA consideration areas that are mainly based in San Bernardino County. And so when you go through Southern California visualizations, then Pomona will be presented with those areas.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Vasquez, did you have another comment? Well, Commissioner Sinai. Actually, one quick question for Commissioner Vasquez. I think a question about direction for Antelope Valley to be combined with Victor Valley. Does that also include not only congressional districts but also Senate districts?
Yes, to the extent possible. I'd like to see visualizations in both areas that exclude Santa Clarita and then go into San Bernardino County.
Very good. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I think of the two, I'm going back to being the big picture person. I'm working really hard at this, you guys. You girls. No, I'm just kidding. I think I like this B better than A overall. And I feel like we keep saying B, but and you know, one of the litmus tests I use is the South Bay area, just because that's the area I know best in LA. Both, I did find interesting for that congressional district for South Bay, the high, the CVAP for the Black community being so high, and that's a good thing, but my concern goes kind of to what Commissioner Kutagawa said, that I'm not sure that Inglewood and Hawthorne in that area would want to be in a congressional district with the coastal communities, the wider, more affluent coastal communities. And so, you know, and I hear what Commissioner Kutagawa was saying, and that's why I keep being thankful that we were given 6 criteria and we have to follow them in the order they were given to us, because that helps make some of these decisions for us. But in this case, it feels like we might be able to create a VRA, a better congressional district by connecting Inglewood and Hawthorne with Watts, you know, kind of the Southgate, the similar conversations that we've had in the past, then keeping it, just the difference between the north communities and the south communities and the east communities and the west communities is big in this one. I think in general, what we've heard and is usually, you know, just like we heard San Pedro wants to go north, Long Beach wants to go north. I would say that Palos Verdes makes the most sense going north and west. So even though I consider San Pedro part of Palos Verdes, they don't consider themselves, you know, so those are just that the demographics, as we were talking about last week, are really critical, and we don't have all the data in front of us. We're basing this on communities of interest and what we know from personal experience. But at some point, it may be helpful for us to have just the demographics, meaning the socioeconomic demographics, as well as I said last week, the ages, because those are really critical when thinking about representation. Older communities don't necessarily vote for schools. Younger community, yeah, there's different needs. That was the main thing on these. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I really like what Commissioner Sinai just said, in that, and Commissioner Kennedy brought up, we seem to be kind of sort of locking a little bit, not really, but sort of starting at, okay, here's the Orange County line, and here's the San Bernardino County line, and then kind of shifting, thinking that way, and then, okay, we can go a little bit in. But I'd like us to kind of shift, starting what Commissioner Sinai just said about the Palos Verdes going up the LA coastal side, combining Inglewood, and then where do you get, if you go up there, what happens to those areas in between here? And I'd like to see that again, like the San Pedro going north, Carson, moving up that area, because ultimately go up to the Hourglass one, which is the, if you move up a little bit. On that one, what I don't quite see, I really don't see what Chino Hills and that area Walnut, et cetera, have anything to do with the other areas and with the mountains. And I'd rather see the areas like that were like if the coast area goes up, where do we get the population for the interior? A little bit from that Walnut area, shift it all over, because I'd like to see the Hourglass part just go into San Bernardino County. So essentially move things, take the lines that starting at the east, move those on the east side and move them further east. So you can move these, as opposed to we've kind of creating these kind of round districts in the middle and kind of like, it's the Gateway one and then the Signal Hill, which keeps on running down like you're going clockwise. I'd like you to go, rather than going clockwise, actually go vertical in that southern area, going vertical up, and then Inglewood, Watts, that whole area across, and it would push everything from the, Whittier further east into, essentially those districts, shift them, if that makes sense. And I understand we haven't done VRA on this yet, except that we're talking about a lot of Latino areas. And so, but we keep on kind of lumping like Cerritos, it's not the same area. So let's look at a little bit more of the areas as well as where the numbers are. And I think the numbers might shift east a bit and create also good districts. Now that might not be true, but I'd really like to see some visualizations that way. Kind of a sort of a shift, which I can get a bit more detail, but that's kind of big picture on it. So, thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I lied about saying the last thing. I realized that there's one more thing I want to just speak about, and that's the gateway cities. I'm looking specifically at, it looks like B1, page 4, and I think it's the same, is it the same exact map as the one on A, page 2? It says CRSNTOS gate.
Yeah, so this again was one of the visualizations that was created in collaboration with your VRA team, and those for the congressional visualizations are the same.
Okay. I guess again, I guess I'm just wondering if I understand based on what Mr. Becker said about, whether or not in some cases, are the numbers high enough and is it too high? And I guess I would like to look at this particular area as one of those areas to look at it from a VRA perspective. And if we shift some of the cities, like for example, I'm thinking about if we were to remove Bell and Bell Gardens from this particular visualization and perhaps expand it to, for example, maybe expand it to, does that include the harbor, like the gateway cities? Because, for example, like the harbor gateway cities, which included like San Pedro, they said that they would rather go up and go north. I'm wondering if you included some of them, would that also not completely throw off the numbers from a VRA perspective, but would it also create the potential for a coalition district if you were to incorporate in like the harbor gateway cities, but also perhaps dipping down into like Lomita and also into like San Pedro? I'd be interested in seeing if that would be doable. I'm also thinking about in this particular area, there is a somewhat substantial Black community. There's a substantial Latino community. There's also a fairly sizable, or at least a visible Pacific Islander community in this area too, in which I believe they all share similar kinds of interests and challenges, and so it could be something that could be inclusive of still meet the VRA needs, but also be inclusive of communities that have similar interests. And the reason why also is I'm thinking shifting Bell and Bell Gardens to more of the other gateway cities that included like Maywood, Cudahy, and Vernon, and some of those areas, because Bell is also another one of those that, again, part of the 710 corridor, shares a lot of the same kind of issues from the kind of industries and transportation that is taking place in those areas. Southgate kind of is the straddling kind of city for those, the kind of the 710 freeway cities, and then going down further south. So I just wanted to note that. Also, Huntington Park is, I'm going to switch, is Central LA. It's A1, page 2. It feels like kind of Huntington Park just got kind of tacked on there because of population. It doesn't seem to match with this. And this is also another one of those that, again, I just want to encourage us to look at, are there ways in which we can maybe, move westward and incorporate in the kind of needs that might be possible to also create VRA districts that could, or a coalition district that could serve both the Black and Latino communities, moving westward instead of eastward, and maybe cutting off Huntington Park. And now that was my last one.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. No. Commissioner Anderson. I'm in there too, but I'll allow my colleagues to go first. Commissioner Toledo.
Sorry, thank you. First, I wanted to just appreciate all the hard work that went into doing all of these maps. It's just a tremendous amount of work, and it's and of course getting and I'm sure it's just the beginning, right? But I guess in looking at this, I'm wondering, since you guys are so familiar with this, is there any? I'm just trying to see if, as you've been working through this, and I did appreciate the comment about the Long Beach map, right, where the map connected, where there were the two variations and the differences between the A and the B. One regarding the cutoff. I believe it was at Harbor, if I remember correctly. But so I'm just wondering if there's anything that in the conflicts that you looked at, conflicts and conflicting information that we gave you, is there anything that you would say that you would think that we should look at a little bit closer that we're not potentially bringing up at this point? Is there anything that, because you've been looking at this so closely, looking at the neighborhood, putting these together, so I'm just wondering if there's anything that we're potentially missing at this point that you kind of saw, or in terms of things that would make this easier, or maybe not easier, but at least putting the puzzle together.
Thank you very much for that question. I don't think I can make it easier or have a suggestion about how to make it easier, sadly. I think what we're all waiting for is just a little bit more direction from our VRA team on these particular districts, because that is our second criterion. And, many of the direction and of the comments that we're hearing really also, really, frankly speaking, has to do with the fact that these are really big districts. And so when you have big districts, you need to put people together that sometimes don't have anything in common. And you add to that an incredibly complicated area where there's a lot of people, a lot of protected communities, and VRA is your second criterion, and that all creates just a lot of complexity, and that's what we're working through. So, I can very much appreciate that some of these things don't make sense. And, we're showing it to you. This is, again, a visualization. It's a very decent, I think, first stab at a very complicated area, and we're very appreciative of the feedback, and we'll take it all back, and we will try to figure out what we can do with it. But I don't want to overpromise because not only is this particular region incredibly complex, there are also regions around it that are also pushing. And so these handoff areas and how, for example, John's, Southern California area, below and around Los Angeles is going to impact these districts. That's also a consideration that we have to account for. So, there's just nothing easy about it. California is an incredibly complicated state. I mean, we probably could have done some of these other states in a week.
Well, thank you for all of your help and guidance through this process, right? And especially as we go through this. So appreciate it, and we'll look forward to working with you on this iterative process to get the best maps we possibly can. Thank you.
Iterative, dynamic, innovative. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I just have an observation. If you notice, almost all these congressional districts are significantly negative. I did a rough calculation. It's like a half a congressional district negative. So the big picture for me is we're going to have to be comfortable spilling over county lines in all different directions.
Thank you for that. Were there additional comments? I will give you a couple of mine. Many of them have already been mentioned, but I want to uplift a couple of them. I'm in agreement. I think that this blue map, which I think is probably a fairly good starting point in general. I want to uplift a lot of the pieces that have been raised around the South Bay area and Long Beach, including San Pedro northward. The coastal cities, I don't see Inglewood being a part of those areas. So I'm thinking using the 405 as kind of a benchmark, not to break cities apart. For example, I think 405 runs through that northeastern corner of Torrance, keeping cities together where possible. But in general, thinking about the 405 as a general marker as we're moving through, keeping cities together where possible. But Inglewood and some of those areas, Hawthorne, make a little bit more sense potentially in some being combined elsewhere, and having that Beach Cities district extend further north, which I think would in the long run have potential implications for Malibu and all the way up the coast. Similarly, for San Pedro, going northward, I think makes a whole lot of sense given a lot of the testimony that we've received, and maintaining the Long Beach, Lakewood area. Excuse me. On the eastern side of the county, I want to point out some of the pieces and just uplift some of those concerns that have been raised by my colleagues. The reverse of the western side of the county, where I feel like there's a lot of north-south relationships between areas. I think in the east, however, we're making north-south connections when I think they're actually a little bit more east-west. So that hourglass one, that seems a little off for me. Similarly, the I think it was like Azusa to, or maybe that was in the other map. I apologize. I'm doing my best to go back and forth here. The Azusa to Whittier piece, again, that's cutting a really large area north-south across the county. It doesn't feel like that goes together. So I'm wondering where we can think about more of east-western locations for those kinds of areas. I wanted to point out also that Antelope Valley area. I'm seeing a whole lot of comments coming in through that live stream of comments. I just want to really uplift. I think this iteration does a pretty good job of maintaining some county boundaries, of hitting very close to our target population. So I just really want to uplift the number one criteria being equal population. Because I actually think that this iteration does a pretty good job of that. and keeping together communities. And we've, of course, heard a whole lot of different COI input in that area, but I think this is looking pretty good, and I would feel comfortable maintaining something like this as we move forward. Let's see, the one last component I had, and I forget if this was on the blue map or the black map. I think it was Commissioner Vasquez or maybe Commissioner Kutagawa that had raised early on a concern about the Eagle Rock kind of area, Glendale, Los Feliz, cutting into K-Town, Pico Union, I believe. I wanted to just provide some input here. It's never ideal to cut a city, but as I think one of the trade-offs that we're seeing, at least that I feel like I'm seeing in looking at these maps, is sometimes it has to happen. Glendale, I lived in Glendale for a very long time. A key marker in the city of Glendale is the 134 freeway. There is a very real difference between South Glendale and the northern parts of Glendale. So I think if we're looking to think about adding parts of Glendale towards that Eagle Rock, Los Feliz area, even into Silver Lake, I would say the 134 freeway would make a whole lot of sense as a region to do that. I'd even be curious to take a look at CVAP numbers just for the South Glendale areas, those census blocks in that region. It's a very diverse area. And I'd be curious to take a look at some visualizations that might use the 134 freeway as that cutoff point. And I think that's all that I have at this point in time. Definitely looking forward to seeing more of the, more of the visualizations for that eastern area, eastern regions of Los Angeles County, including Pomona, and seeing what the possibilities might be as we move into the rest of Southern California tomorrow. I'm seeing Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to agree and echo that I think looking especially in the San Gabriel Valley, looking at congressional districts, more of an east-west flow in that part of the county makes a lot more sense to me, especially because in this area, we've got so many freeways that sort of run that direction, and so much of our communities are sort of in relationship to the freeways that run there through those regions. I did just want to add a few more comments to my question about the Antelope Valley. I just recognizing that that this part of the county, I think, is going to solicit a lot of strong opinions one way or the other. And I know I was initially and still generally trying to avoid crossing county boundaries, especially in this area when the Antelope Valley is just truly, truly unique. I just, especially when I think about sort of the political power and historically marginalized communities in that area, there is a very strong cultural divide between Santa Clarita and the rest of the Antelope Valley. Cultural divide, I would even say racial divide, income divide for sure, that there's, a lot of folks who live in Santa Clarita who work in the Antelope Valley. And I think while we're thinking about sort of like, where do you live, work, and play, I think a lot of folks would say that where you live is not necessarily where you work. And I think your stake and your commitment to the community is often where you live, where you're sort of raising your kids and your families, et cetera. So, and just for me, it's just really important to make sure that we do right by all these communities and thinking about, especially if we're going to be serving all these communities well. Sometimes it feels a bit like Santa Clarita, to use Commissioner Kutagawa's sort of, I think, pithy words, that it feels like it's been used for population. I would just like to see a bit more about how we can associate the Antelope Valley with maybe folks who have similar experiences living in a high desert community away from the populous metro urban areas. Hence why I would just really like to see something that includes Los Angeles and San Bernardino.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy, I'm going to call on you. That's going to be our last comment for tonight, if that's okay. Oh, Commissioner Turner wants to get in there too. We were hoping, I think we're going to need to take a break at 8:30, but we also need to have Kimberly, who has been behind the scenes taking notes, read off those notes to us. And if I recall from last week, that was a process that took at least 30 minutes. So I'll check in with staff about breaks and et cetera. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And following on very directly from what Commissioner Vasquez said, I had raised the possibility of putting Antelope Valley and Victor Valley together, a couple of weeks ago, I think, and I've heard the input since then particularly from the San Bernardino County side of that potential area, saying, we don't want to be outvoted, outweighed by the Los Angeles County segment of what that might eventually be. So I would be I remain interested in looking at the possibilities, but I would be very sensitive and want to make sure that the Victor Valley side and the Antelope Valley side were as balanced as possible as far as population, so that there's, so that we give both communities a chance of electing candidates of their choice, and so that, the winner isn't always from Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Turner, did you have one?
Yeah, I do. Just brief. Thank you, Chair. And just, I think, generalize, and want to thank, again, the line drawers and everyone for all of the visualizations. But a request, I think, going forward, so looking through some of the input and just when we had the visualizations that appeared, it seems to me that there is a bit more detail and specificity in the LA County and in the Southern California maps. And so as I'm looking at the ones for Central and Northern, they're much more broad, particularly when it gets to Fresno, Kern. Some of them has almost no detail. And I think it would be beneficial and helpful for me as well as the community to have a little bit better information. We actually have freeways in the Central Valley too. And there's no freeways or any markings on any of those maps. And I just think it would be helpful in trying to determine what's being depicted and being able to comment on them. So that kind of a request and comment that we spend a little bit more time on those maps as well.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Any final comments from commissioners? Give me 1 minute. I'm just getting guidance from staff on whether or not to read back the notes at this point in time. Hang on 1 second. Okay. All right. So with that, we will be reviewing the notes that Kimberly very kindly was taking behind the scenes today. We're going to review those tomorrow. We have a packed agenda for tomorrow. we're going to be covering Southern California, including all of those fun counties: Orange, San Diego, Imperial, San Bernardino, Riverside. A very large area, my friends. So we've got some homework in front of us this evening and early tomorrow morning to review the visualizations that have been posted. We also have received an extraordinary amount of public comment through our live feed, so I encourage my colleagues to take some time to review that this evening as well. I'm guessing more will probably start trickling in. I'm seeing it from other parts of the state also. So we'll take a look at the schedule for tomorrow and come back tomorrow morning and share some of that, but we will read those notes back tomorrow. With that, we will stand in recess until tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thanks so much to everyone. Get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.